Welcome back to Forager episode 2. We are continuing our Game Pass grind to get into this. Bada bing. Yuri, welcome. You sure? Fair. How'd that go? I'm going to take a guess and say, given that you're typing in a very specific tone, that oh, it went very well. Good stuff. GG, hell yeah. That's what I like to hear. So, you see what I mean? At the end of the day, you know, it goes so far as to continue the point I was making before, where things work if you attempt to make them work, you know? But good stuff, man. That's good stuff. Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear. Alright, so I'm just trying to mentally go through the process of figuring out what exactly we're doing at the moment. We've got stuff everywhere. But, yes. Okay, let's try and grab some of this out of our way. Now, what is our goal for today? Well, let's get the offshore drill. Let's see if we can make a bit more money. We need more of these banks, I reckon. We need more of the royal steel. We can make a couple of glass. Sure, let's do that. Yeah, that's fair. Good stuff. Bada bing. Alright, so I am exhausted. Well, there's a ferry here that we're going to take and consume. Very nice. Okay, so oh, jeez, there's so much stuff everywhere. Yo, Arthur, how's it going? What's happening? We are trying to figure out what is our next step at the moment. So we've got the offshore drill, which we need a bit more of this royal steel for. You're not depressed today. That's good stuff. Hell yeah. Seems everyone's having a pretty good day today. Good stuff. And I have an equally awesome story to tell. I got a nice big sleep in and fell asleep immediately last night. That's good shit right there. It's probably not to the level of having a good day as I presume you two are having, but it's at least a start. But yes, that's good stuff. But yeah, so I woke up this morning and I'm like, fuck yeah. Let's get some breakfast, let's have a shower, and let's get into streaming. I'm in a good mood. Seems everyone's having a good time today, so that's good stuff. Got a bit of PTSD from me because he had a 30-hour long save that got fucked because of a bug. That's not good. I'm hoping that doesn't happen to us, but I'm also going to probably guess we're not going to end up putting about 30 hours into it. Fair. Yeah, I would say so. Nah, I'm joking. But you get what I mean. Yeah, it's good stuff. Bada bing. Okay, so we need to make some banks, I think is our play at the moment, for money. I've got this weird crystal here, I'm not sure what it does. It's a crystal of power! Hell yeah. It's good stuff. What happens if I click on this crystal of power? The most precious gemstone in the entire world. Interesting. Well, I bought it for like 200 gold, which is probably the equivalent of like 20 bucks, so that's a whole thing. Right, we need levels and we need money. Ooh, our royal steel got completed as well. Nice. So what do we need for royal steel? We need a singular topaz. Man, sucks that I sold that one topaz a while ago. Yeah, I mean, go figure. That would be typical, I would say. Okay. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, it's always good to have a nice, good day. I kind of wish that we had a way to, like, clear out these trees a lot easier. Like, they are starting to overwhelm and, like, block all of my passageways. But yeah, so not only that, I also finished the volcano so deadly it will kill everyone on Earth. That's true. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if it was going to erupt, we would have heard about it a long time ago, or at least we would have an idea as soon as it like starts, you know, shaking in the bed, you know. But yeah, so I was also grinding on the Minecraft server for until 2 a.m. last night because that's what I do with my spare time. But I made a massive thing in the Nether, massive smelting system. It appears that I am dumb, but you know it works. I reckon. I do realize, however, that at the same time, actually no, hang on. Oh, no, never mind. The system actually worked. I had a moment forgetting a certain part of my system. But it's essentially an auto smelting system. Everything you put in goes into. Oh, there's a topaz. We've got 3 of them. Damn. Okay, but yeah. So it's an auto smelting system. Oh, we can make. Let's make 3. You put stuff into a chest. It loads into a hopper, and then runs over a stack of 32 furnaces. And because of the fact it goes up and back, it drops off a total of 64 items total. So that means that theoretically, if I can have it so... Oh no, hang on. If it checks and it registers that the minecart is full, what I need to do is that I should be able to take a line off of it and say when another detector rail gets pushed, it then starts essentially a timer in quotations, which I'd already thought of while I was having a shower this morning. Yeah, everything's all good. I'm like slowly expand. So that's the thing, right? Is like my redstone knowledge is essentially supplemented, or it's started by the oh yeah, I watch this YouTuber, I get a rough idea of what I'm supposed to be doing, and then I go, oh yeah, but I can actually improve this system by doing this thing. When am I doing Switch game streams? Yeah, I do need to do that at some point. It's kind of just been sitting there plugged into my computer for a while. Probably... I mean, we could probably get one going soon. The main thing that I'm really wanting to stream at the moment is Breath of the Wild. But at the same time, Breath of the Wild's been out for quite a while. Though I suppose that argument is also kind of dumb, given that Forager's also been out for quite a while, so... I don't know. We'll probably play it sooner or later. I also realized I don't have online, so we won't be able to do the Switch room battle stuff for a little while at least, until I get online. But yeah, at the moment, Breath of the Wild is probably where it's at. But I also have that other part of my brain where it's like, oh yeah, you actually are in the middle of a game of Breath of the Wild, so do you really want to start again? Which I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to stream it. I want to play it. I want to have an excuse to play it more so. But yes, we're going to get to Breath of the Wild sooner or later. The one main issue that has been holding me back is that I have to play based on the preview there, because I mean, yeah, I could, but at the same time, if I'm going to get it for a month, I might as well get it for a lot longer. Regardless, I can't, at the moment, I have to play through the preview on my window there, which means that my responses are like 300 milliseconds slower than I would like them to be. Because, you know, the way it essentially works is I've got a splitter. Turns out the splitter isn't actually a splitter. It's just basically a click this button and it'll go to this HDMI output, click the button and it'll swap over to the other one, and it doesn't do simultaneous, which is fucking annoying because I could just, you know, plug in and remove a HDMI cable. Regardless, that's dumb. But yeah, so I need a splitter so that way I can actually send the signal to my computer and also to my screen, because if I'm not sending it to my screen, then that means I can't actually play it, so... Or I have to play it through the computer, which is playing off of the, thing that I've got here. The, what's it called? I have to play it off of the preview, and well, I'm not particularly too keen to play off the preview. So some point soon, probably at this rate, it's probably going to be after the whole Game Pass stuff. So give it maybe a month or two. It's got a little smiley face, boop boop, and smiley face. Okay, what do we got? Bottled oil, craft 2. Okay. I don't know what bottled oil does, but I guess that's a thing now. Actually, we could probably make a bunch of bottles now that I'm thinking about it. Thread, we'll create max. Then we'll come over here, and we'll create max of them. Bada bing, efficiency. But yeah, no, that being said, yeah, generally, like I say, usually I want to make the most of all money I have, and since I've got so much, like, since I've already paid for this one, paying for Nintendo Switch at the same time sounds like a bit of a questionable decision in terms of the spendings I've got. Because usually, since I don't really make money from anything I do, I want to drag out any money I do have as long as I can. Okay, but we're going to come over here. We're going to collect that. And bottled oil. Let's create some more. Fair. Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing, right? Is overthinking it always is much more effort than actually just doing it. Like, you know, it's one of those sort of situations where, like, I always tend to overthink it, but, like, at the same time, just actually going and saying, you know what, fuck it, let's just go, let's see what happens, tends to work much better than really anything else, in my opinion. Okay. Let's money. I like the money. Okay, we're over 1,000 now. That's awesome. Let's come up here and let's see if we can get any new slots of land. We can, over here. Ooh, we got a desert place. Oh boy. Now I hear, or if I recall correctly, this place is a bit wacky, but because it's a new area, we actually have access to new stuff as well, which means our inventory is going to fill up pretty quick, I imagine. Got you. Dig. Nothing useful there. Hello, Mr. Laser Man. It's about to laser me. Okay, no more lasering. And we got steel out of that, hell yeah. A lot of stuff there. Cactus. Bada bing. And hot peppers. Right, what are you? I don't remember what you are. Cool. What other Game Pass games are you going to play? Yeah, I was thinking Ori, and I'm definitely going to do Hollow Knight. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe Arthur was talking about Hollow Knight quite a lot. So yeah, definitely those two are on the list. Carrion, I might end up playing at some point. There was one called like Yes Your. Oh, was it Yes Your? Hang on, I can just quickly check. Boop. Oh, Monster Sanctuary is definitely one I want to play as well. Yes Your Grace, that's the one. That's a game that I was looking into playing. Yeah, I was considering doing Halo, but it is one of those ones where I'm like, I've always been more of like I only want to play Halo if I'm playing it with the boys sort of thing. Because I'm horrible at shooting games, just in general. And that is not something that we, I think, want to see me, being horrible at the game. But yeah, that's a whole thing on its own, I guess. Now we can also unpin that. And let's pin this. Let's get towards making some of this stuff. Bottled oil, max. Let's get some oil. Okay, we need 7 bricks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And more royal steel. Final Fantasy VII is there too. Fair. Yeah, I mean, I hear apparently that's, well, it won the music award over Doom, so I would hope it's pretty good. But I suppose we'll see about that soon enough. Okay, we also need to make some more banks. We just need a ton of banks. And there's the level up. Excellent. Skills. What do we got? Alright. We have an important decision here to make. Mining rods. Game Pass is such a great deal. Yeah, I can kind of agree with that. Mining rods do double damage. We get droids. Okay, we're coming along into a pretty good position at the moment. Colonization. Ooh, that's something I need to buy. Auto repair, that's always good. Nice. Okay, so we should always have this foraging boost on. Jeez, okay, so... okay. Oh yeah, it's a pretty good deal, I gotta say, especially given that I got it for a singular $1, which is pretty solid. I mean, even just playing like one game is pretty solid, but the fact that, I have the option of being able to play a lot of games is even better, generally, in my opinion. And not only that, because I also get to stream it as well. It's pretty good. It was a solid investment, I would say. Okay, anyways, I think this is the area we want to set up as our mining area. Which, let's take a look. Farming, no. Industrial, mining rod. We need 2 electronics. Electronics are created from the factory, if I recall correctly. Okay. Get that slime out of here. Oh boy, there's so much stuff around us. Alright. And get 1 more of them. What do we need? We need more topaz. It's always more topaz. And we'll get that crafting. If you want to just 1 game on the Game Pass, you can buy it, beat that game in a month, then unsubscribe for probably 90% less of the actual game's price. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's one of those sort of things where it's just a very good thing for what I need at the moment, generally. Essentially, basically free access to a ton of games that I can play really whenever I want. Like, it's good, pretty good. I can't complain at all. Okay, we need another... Oh, actually, I could just sell this. Fantastic. Okay. More sand. Okay, that's actually probably perfect, because that means we can make our extra 4 glass. Easy peasy. We'll eat the fish. Nice. Alright, let's come over here. Let's get some more thread cooking. Oh, I see some poo. Give me the poo. Okay. Royal steel. That means we need to do more mining. Okay. Gold. Oh, it's a beetle. Hey, I need some of them. Get over here, beetle. Okay, awesome. We got that. We have a full inventory, though. Let's sell the gold ingot and collect the beetle, because we need those beetles for another upgrade. And we'll get some more hot peppers. What do you do? I don't actually remember. I feel like I should be digging around here, though. Okay, fair. That's fair. Alrighty, well, Dankeschön for coming out anyways, Yuri. I'll catch you whenever I catch you next. It's pretty hype. Good stuff, and GG. Alright, so... my eyes just had a moment of drying out. Fantastic. I don't actually remember specifically what you're supposed to do here, which I suppose is probably a good thing. It is very odd. Okay, come on. Dig. Dig. This is giving us sand as well, which is always good for glass. More bottled oil. Excellent. Okay, didn't fully finish it. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. Pet the dog. Perfecto. Alright, so, let me down some coffee, just so I can make sure I'm actually a functioning human being. Alright, so, I could have sworn I've seen this before, with this little lantern design. It's sort of odd. Yo, actually, Arthur, that reminds me, check this out, hang on, let me quickly get over to up here. I just remembered something that you would find somewhat interesting. If I can just break through here. And, come on, in the house, there we go. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, well, that's a slime. But we got that kind of slime. We got a lunatic cultist, Plantera, and also the Clothier. So we'll go blue slime, shovel knight, sure, fancy backpack, and no wings. Bada bang. We are now blue. And it looks like the little slime on my head is gone. What? I'm walking here. Etc, etc. Hmm. Now, Now, my instinct immediately is to try and come over here and, like, fill in places to make it so... Actually, no, that wouldn't work. Never mind. Okay, I was going to say to make it symmetrical, but I don't really know. Also, I don't think we have access to landfill yet, which is sort of annoying. More oil. Collect the poop from... I have the poop sensors. I can collect poop from the entire screen distance away. Fantastic. Alright. What are we working with? Leather. Oop, on top of that. Now what do we need for our next upgrade? Golden pickaxe. We need more beetles, iron, and gold. Let's come over here. Iron. Get that going. Gold. Get you going. Alright. At the moment, it feels like our main goal is to just mine through a bunch of stuff. And get a bunch of ore, hopefully. Okay. Scan over everything. Got a nice chunk of cash down here as well. Gotcha. Alright, we need to make another storage location for our stuff. Our vault. Okay. 1, 2. What we can do is if we come farming, bridge, 1, 2, 3. Then we come back over here, vault. Okay, that's gone through all of our brick supplies, but that gives us more access to storage, which is always useful. Okay, fantastic. That at least does us a bit of good in terms of not having everything so cramped up now. Okay, we need another 17 bricks. Oop, easy peasy. Okay, good stuff. Okay, so we need to make some money. We need to just mine through a bunch more stuff. Our pickaxe feels like our main priority at the moment, just for the fact that if we can get an upgrade for our pickaxe, then things move a lot faster. But at the same time, I guess we need to get a, we do also need to just get levels, if possible. Nice. Gotta remember to dig those weird-looking holes on the ground. There's one over here as well. Oh hey, we can pay the e-girl. Forgot about that. You are so kind. Please take this as a token of our gratitude. Easy. What do we get? Fairy Aura provides passive health and energy regen. That's pretty good. Nice, I do like that. Alright. Okay, can we get some beetles spawning, please? That would be appreciated. Okay. Come over here. Let's get some more glass going. Oop, nice sand. I'm just presuming we need this oil for something. There's a fair chance that we just don't need it, and it's... Or, I say a fair chance we don't need it. There's a fair chance that we just won't need as much of it as I think we do. But it should be right. Oh, more topaz. That's good. So topaz, to my knowledge, is our main thing holding us back at the moment in terms of royal steel and such. Oh, there's a fairy over here. Amethyst. Oop. Joke's on you, slime. You thought you could get the jump on me, but you are incorrect. What an absolute buffoon. A fool. A joker and, well, frankly, a disappointment. Okay, how are we looking for coal? Because I know we have a thing for coal up here. Yep, looks like we're all good with that. We could drop off a bunch of gems. We don't have those gems yet. Building, how are we looking over here? We could make 50 bricks. Leather, glass. Could just make all that sort of stuff. Farming, what do we have here? Chilies. We can make a few of these things. The milk we don't have. The pumpkins we don't have either. That's going to be a yikes from me. Alright. Righty-toity. I need more topaz. Give me topaz, please. Choppity-choppity-chop. Nope, don't break my bridges, please. Jeez, come on, guys. Like, I know that collecting wood is very useful, but, like, you don't need to collect it from the stuff we already have. I also think I made my dog sit. Right. Come over here, please, dog. Follow me. Okay, now he's over here. He sat there for too long and he got trapped. You're trapped. Okay. Come on, can we mine this gold, please? Instead of mining the things that I've placed down. Oh, cow. I didn't even see that one there. Okay. Bop, bop. Very nice. Okay. Chop, chop, chop. Okay. Now we're out of that little position. Is there any other gems that we can find off the top of our heads? I'm not seeing any. Fantastic, fantastic. Exactly what I was hoping for. How much does it cost for a new island? We have 88 gold. How much? Or what's the cheapest that we can get? 960 there. 1,000. Alright, well 960 is a pretty solid amount. We get on top of more royal steel creation, which we can do once we have some of this. Let's make just 3 of these. That'll start being good. Then we can make the steel for the factory. That should hopefully start working out pretty well. We'll grab this money, because I like money and gold. And then we can make some more of these banks ASAP. Alright. Collect a bunch of these. Bunch of fiber. I'm still not sure what to do with, Jeez. I'm still not sure what to do with that statue there. I should eat. Probably. Be cool if I could, like... Why is this stuff on my hotbar? What the... Why? Can you please free up my hotbar? Beats? I can't... Ah, there we go. Remove. You. Oh, it's bottled oil. I'm blind. Oh boy. That would explain why that's not showing up. And can I click all of that on? Thank you. Bottle. Max. Give me all of it. All of the bottles. Very good. I am hungry. There we go, gotcha. Bottled beetle. Okay, we can throw our bottled beetle in here. Fantastic. That's 2 of 5. Alright, what is our next port of call? What's our next thing that we can do? We don't have anything magical still. A bank. We could actually make more banks now. Huh. Didn't realize that we were already at the ability to do that. More gold, more bricks. Good, very good. And I can still walk across here. Fantastic. Let's get the gold that I went and collected smelting. Now let's get some royal steel smelting. I'm smelting. Alright. Jeez, come on. Alright, royal steel. We just need more royal steel, just in general. Bricks. Just need to keep mining more stone and such. Try and get more gems of all the varieties of gems. Get that obelisk activated. Alright. I have no idea what to do for that eye obelisk over there. I might just need to Google it in a second. Because I'm not going to be spending that much time on it. There's something tells me I have to like zap it or something. Maybe let me quickly check. Forager. There's an ice statue puzzle. Apparently a few people have some issues with it. Oh, okay, we have to have an arrow. Right, that makes sense. Okay, gotcha. I would not have thought of that, all things considered. Alright, well, we don't even have the actual ability to get a bow yet at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't chosen hunting. Enemies drop coins when killed. I probably should have gotten that sooner. Huh. But the deposit is also probably useful. Interesting. Okay. At the moment, it feels like just waiting is our sort of thing that we have to do. Unless we want to come over here and just chop through a bunch of trees. Chop it, chop it, chop, chop. Maybe each tree gives us like 5 or 6 experience, which is decent. Not to mention a bunch of wood, which then can be used for coal later on if we run low. Which I don't know why we would be running low, because we get coal from basically every stone we break. But it happens occasionally if we need to do mass smelting. Alright. Chop, chop. Okay. My energy is low. Boop, boop, bop, bam. There we go, and we're out of cooked fish. Nice. We've got a ruby. We're getting a few rubies, actually. Damn. Chop, chop. Out of here, you slime nuisances. Ain't about that at all. Come on. Chop, 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 chop. Wait, out of here. We ain't about that. And taken care of. Fantastic indeed. Nice. Alright. How's our gem situation going? I'm guessing we still haven't found any topazes. So I feel like I would have noticed if we would have gotten some. But I suppose I'll find out in just a moment, won't I? Come on, let's keep mining. Keep on moving. On the bright side, this has gotten us pretty solid for this this little area here, and like we've got a lot of experience, it feels like. Oh, there's a topaz. Excellent. Just need one more topaz, and then we should be set for royal steel up until we need to finish up until the factory's made. If we get a single extra topaz. Oh, there's a ferry there. That's always good as well. Because I can come around here, just go munch, consume the ferry, and bada bang, full health, full energy, all that good sort of stuff. Kill the chicken. We're just getting a ton of sand and fish and such. Maybe I should make more of those fishing traps. Like, they actually probably would be useful to make, I imagine, given the fact we have so many of them. I'm so far forward, damn it. I wish I could move during that menu. Farming, fish traps. Boop, bop. There we go. We're out of berries. That's fine. Okay, so that should just improve my passive production of things like fish pretty heavily. Which is always certainly useful. Much better to have the passive production up than to have to actively do it, I find. Tree. Okay. Now we come over here, and let's break this. More gold. I like gold. Not bad. We basically just walked into a lightning strike. Fantastic. We now are imbued with extra power. Coolio. Nice, nice. Chop, 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 chop. Okay, cactus fruits up. I do believe we need those cactus fruit for a thing in the museum. And like in Stardew Valley, I'm going to, of course, do the museum tasks if possible. Okay. Nice, amethysts. Anything else around here worth going out of my way to collect? Not really at the moment. I mean, there is some, Oh, cool, apparently I can't move over here anymore. I was able to before, I don't know why I can't now. Bridge and bridge. That's fine. Having a 2-wide bridge is always fine. Chop, 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 chop. And there's our level up. Fantastic. Let me quickly finish clearing off this island, and we can apply that ASAP. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Okay. Alright, now let's see. We come over here, skills, and I think it's time for us to get ourselves a quarry. I've held off on it for quite a while, but I think having a quarry is the right move. Prowess. Nice. Okay, so now if we come up here... Well, actually, let's take a look at what it costs to build a quarry. Is it farming? It is. 5 topazes and 5 emeralds. Oh boy. That's a yikes. Okay. The thing is, like, going for that would actually be a wise decision as well. But we also have set our goal for the factory, so we do need to get the factory as well. Because as soon as we actually get the factory... Like, the quarry is good and all, but we need the factory to capitalize on it. So, I'm going to make sure we get... Well, theoretically, we want access to both, of course. Another emerald is always nice. Another ruby. We're just balling out of control with rubies. Should we sell some rubies? Maybe not. Maybe not yet, at least, specifically, because we need them for... We need them for all of the high tier, like, royal stuff. I am hungry. Okay. Let's grab this. Oh. Chop, 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 chop. Okay, that's another topaz. That means that theoretically we can actually get on top of this factory like right now. So let's grab all of this. Okay. Let's come over here. We need 26 bricks. So we'll mash that one up. 26 bricks are crafting. We'll get ourselves one. We need one more steel. Go figure. All right. Let that do its thing for a little while. A little while. Chop, chop. In other news, so today's Monday, I believe. Depending on roughly what happens, I might not be able to stream for the 2 days after this. We'll see how it goes, because I still want to be able to stream, but there is some stuff that's going to be happening in terms of, like, you know, campaigns and D&D and stuff. So if I'm able to keep streaming, I will, of course, because I'd much prefer to stream than not streaming. So yeah, that's the whole thing. But if I have to call in a couple of days off, I might have to do that. But it is what it is anyways. Nice cup of coffee. Okay. And bop. Alrighty. So everything's slowly progressing. We need glass after these bricks are done. I wonder. So let's look at this, right? So these are our main 4 fundamentals. So each of them has like what looks like a 4x4, like a 16 thing that extends off of them, right? So that means that there's one here, there's one here, here, and then a bunch of them down this way that we haven't looked at yet, and then a couple down here. If I'm understanding that correctly, because that would come to 16 times 4, 40 plus 24, so that would become 64. And if we come over and check here, there's 64 skills. Yeah, perfect. We've done 14 out of however many feats there were. Mine the giant crystal, own 10 lands and 5,000 coins. Have max health, complete the ancient, or complete a bunch of stuff. Kill a magic deer. Interesting. Eat a gem. Right. I suppose I can do that. What do we have here? Oh, I don't have the gem eating thing, so I was like, oh, why would I need that? That's right. Okay, glass. 10. Easy. Get them crafting. And then we can have access to our factory. Now, where do we want to put it? Perhaps what we come and do is we take a bridge. This is temporary for the moment, but we put it there. So, boop, into there. Which actually I should have probably moved that up here. Well, it's fine. I'm kind of happy with it being here anyways. Farming bridge. Okay, that's fine. So we can access this from whatever angle we want now, which is nice. I'll leave the bottles there because they're always good to have, just in case we have ourselves a beetle, wherever it may spawn. And I say that implying, you know, of course it's going to spawn on this island here. I feel like that's a given. What are the other things that we need to level up? Good question, myself. Because we have, like, you know, the gloves and everything we need to level up. There's a bunch of magic stuff as well that I think we could... Oh, I'm actually dumb. I fully forgot that there's a magic route that gives you extra experience. Oh boy, okay. Well, once I get these factories and stuff set up, we can start looking down that route. Because that's of course. Because I was like, hang on, there's like a book. You get like yourself like a book somewhere. Is it this one, Cauldrons? I think it might be Cauldrons. All right. Well, what we'll do is we'll get colonization, then we get alchemy. But the thing is, alchemy is probably a good way to go, anyways. Though it might not even be alchemy, anyways. Ah, jeez. Alright, well, that's one more steel. Come on, you can do it. In the meantime, let's craft up another 50 of these. Come on, 50. Get them crafting, so I can go and take them down and just deposit them into the, what's it called? The museum. So, if we get them going in the museum, we should be in a good position. Why do we have a bunch of anchors? Alright, not bad. Let's now come over here, and because of course you can see we've got another bank here. We seem to be making quite a lot of money, which is quite nice. Oh, we got the spooky island. Okay, and then we can get the big skulls. Alright, cool. That's good to know indeed. What we'll do is we'll come over here and we'll get this. Boop, boop. Now you guys better not be coming over here and starting to try and take all my stuff. Or break all my stuff, rather. Come on, attack me. Hit me! Champion, open a skull chest. Nice. And we got the little Hollow Knight looking thing. Cool. Excellent. Fantastic. Now, we did get 2 skill orbs, which is fantastic. And what that gives us is we can get ourselves a HP up, permanent heart, and money increase, I think. Oh, hey, wait, get out of here. And then we have another one that we can use. Permanent energy increase. There we go. How fantastic. And only for a little bit of money. If we could put like a little obelisk in the center here that just killed stuff, that'd be pretty good. Oh, hello, sir. Ah, you have a spirit orb for purchase, I see. Huh. That would be good to get, to be honest. Bummer, of course, of the timing of that. Oh boy. Beats, we could get 200. Or we could sell 200 beats. Or 100 beats for 200. Ooh, we could sell fish. Let's sell our massive amount of fish. Arthur, welcome back. We're going to sell all of our fish. Now, we have our Terraria slime hat. I'm guessing because you weren't... I'm going to guess you're here. You DM something very important. Okay, I'll take a look. Lizards are uncool. Oof. I mean, on the contrary, as someone who plays Dragonborn very often, they are quite cool. But, fair. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, even if it's wrong. Nah, it's chill. We'll come over here. But yes, you're here just in time to see us creating our apparently 3x3 factory, because I didn't realize it was a 3x3. Okay, farming, bridge, boop, 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 boop. And industrial factory there. Look at that, it looks cool. We can make plastic, we can make electronics. Ah! I don't have any way to get any of those things. An obliterator. Oh boy. I don't think we're going to get that one soon either. Oh jeez. Key and steel. I don't know if that's a, okay, no, that, Interesting. This is all way more expensive than we have the ability to craft at the moment. Gotcha. Now let's also quickly come over here. Is there anything we can sell? Oh yeah, trust me, I know about InspireBot already, but fair. It's good stuff, I would go so far as to say. But yes. Let's sell all the beets. And... No! He disappeared! I was just about to buy a spirit orb off of him! That's why I went and saved up so much money. And sold all of my beets. No! That's irritating. Okay, alright. Well, I guess we've got it saved up for next time then. There's a beetle over here. Hello, beetle man. You're mine now. Consider yourself trapped. It's quite a pain moment, yeah. And I was like sitting there like thinking about what I wanted to sell for like way too long, so I know it was like entirely my fault as well. We've got another amethyst. So we just need to grab a bunch of topazes at the moment. Because if we get topazes... Because we're essentially... the next thing that we want to build, actually, I should probably unpin that. We want to get this quarry. I can't... You're kidding me. Alright, well... I don't actually think I can do that, so hang on. Let me turn this off of full screen. Yeah, fair. I mean, it's a pretty fun game either way. Quarry. I actually... Hold on. It goes off the bottom of the screen. Come on, game. Okay, config. How small can we make this? Oh, jeez. You played it a year ago. That's fair. VSync, we want that on. Can we zoom out more? Zoom. I don't know if that'll do anything though in here. This is actually annoying. Hold on, I'm trying to shrink this as small down as I can. It literally just goes off the bottom. Oh, hang on. No, we did it. Okay. That was horrible. Let's fix that. And let's get us back into full screen. Okay, that's right. It does some weird thing where I have to like click and hold, or I have to mash it to eventually get it to full screen. There we go. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, well, we've got a bit more zoom out now anyways. It was... originally when I first saw it, it was sort of overwhelming. So maybe we'll... or at least back when I was watching Reign of RS Jr. play it, it was overwhelming. So having a little bit of zoom in is good. But, yeah, it should be right. Then we'll zoom out when we get a bit... You know, when we get a bit more close to end game, I would say. Alright. More rubies. Now, so we need more topazes, we need emeralds, and we need, well, topazes and emeralds for the most part. That's really all we need at the moment. We're at level 23, so we're coming along pretty solidly. Let's activate this. Get that extra slight bit of XP. Flowers. Fantastic. Flowers and such. There's a fairy there. My energy is low. Okay, well, I'll take care of that in a moment. Let me quickly check what's happening. Oh boy, apparently a bunch of the guys that I do D&D with, or a couple of them are like, hey, should we all, do you guys want to have a couple of drinks tonight? And I'm like, it's a Monday night, guys. Do you guys not have things to do? Like, okay, I'm trying to collect, there we go. May light shine on your quest. Right, Alright, let's see. Now we've got a great skull. What can we upgrade here once we take out this slime that apparently feels the goal to decide to spawn on us? 30 glass, and we could actually upgrade that. Backpack. Oh, we could get 2 torch bugs, and we could get that. Huh? Okay. You come to here, and by to here I mean to me. Ah, poop. Great. It is in fact a great skill that I have. Thank you for noticing. It's good stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. I can roll, can't I? I forgot about that. Ah, joke's on you. You can't catch me. Ah, I'm too fast. Let's run around screaming. Ah! No one can catch me. Medium backpack. Damn it. Okay, well, that's fine. Cool. We'll get that going. And we can actually start upgrading some stuff if we get glass as well. Sure, let's craft up another couple of glass. Huh. Now, we could actually just buy more land. What do we want? Yeah, we could go that one. We could go that one there. Or we could go that one. 1080. Sure, let's get that one. Ah, mining obelisk. That's going to be useful. Get out of here, Skellington. Alright. Just dodge around here. I should probably grab all of these little peppers. And I'll grab the gold while I'm here as well, I guess. Chop, 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 chop. And there we go. And let's speed build our bridge over here. Dream speed building strats? Is that what I'm saying? Oh boy, it just lasered me. Okay, I just actually took a lot of damage there. Oh boy. Yikes. And activate. Activate. Activate! Oh, I can only have one thing equipped at once. Okay, go figure. I can't undo that, I guess. Alright, well that's fine. Now the other thing I was thinking about, actually, is... Oh, I got my thing. Nice. We get an extra couple of slots. Hang on, give me just a moment, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to move myself up here. I have ascended! Yeah, no, because I realized that I was sitting there just thinking, because Ray essentially put his camera here, and I was like, oh yeah, that kind of works. But I realized there's like nothing in that top corner. And actually, my webcam perfectly fits, so that way you can still see the end of the XP bar, which is pretty nice as well. I wish you could just eat some steak and cure every pain you have in your body. Yes, it would, I'll tell you what, I would, I'd say I'd eat more steak, but I already eat quite a lot of steak to begin with. But, fair. I don't suppose I can unselect this. We have so many chickens over here. Give me your eggs. And give me your meat. And your flesh. Okay, we have a lot of slimes around here. I should probably, like, end them. Just go on a slime hunt. Assassinate every living slime that exists. But yes, that's, the ability to eat steak and cure yourself of any pain that you feel would be quite useful. I mean, I suppose you could fill the steak with copious amounts of drugs, but probably wouldn't suggest doing that. Alright. Grab that, grab the iron. Nice. There's a ferry here that we can grab, and there's another ferry over here that we can grab if I can get around this area. Ferries for EXP. Give me EXP. There we go, not bad. Music is chilly. I mean, it's a nice kind of bop. Just a nice vibe sort of music. Yeah, that's fair. Craft up more glass. Let's craft up some gold while we're at it. How are we doing over here? Nothing there to upgrade. We can upgrade a hammer. We could get a hammer. Sure, I guess let's make ourselves a hammer. Why not? It doesn't look like our inventory actually our swords and such don't actually take up our inventory, so I'm hoping that also is the same with that hammer. Oh, there's a fairy here. Grant me your fey powers. And we'll craft up a ton of those. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. If we come in to build, we can actually see the mining rod there. It requires 2 electronics. And electronics are obsidian, royal steel, and crystals. I don't think we can get any of those yet, to be honest. That's a bit brutal. Cooked fish, cooked meat. Yeah, let's make some cooked meat, sure. Let's make sure our food supply is doing solid. There's another fairy here. Damn it. And of course it sits in like the one spot I can't reach. Oh jeez, there's so much stuff here. Just come through here and chop each of these little plants. Come on. Hey, we got an emerald, very nice. Just gotta navigate around all of the stuff that's here. Oh, we got a hammer. Nice, I'm never gonna use that. Oh, jeez. Okay, hang on. Let's go and let's undo all of that. Now we want our sword, we want our pick, our shovel, and then hammer. Okay. Claustrophobia Island. Yeah, I actually straight up feel a lot of claustrophobia here, and it's uncomfortable. Like, I'm not usually someone who gets hit by claustrophobia, but I hate not having the ability to just freely move around the area. Bricks. Let's half that. Let's create 50. Sure. And then we want to also be able to make glass if possible. But we don't really have much ability to. That's a bummer. Let's take all of them. Because now what we're going to do is we're going to come down here, dodge all these slimes, and jump into the museum, just running our way over. And we're going to come over here and boop, and here. Fantastic. That's a start. Mining, crystals, gems, various things. I don't want to throw the gems in there yet because that's 5 of like each type of gem. Fair. I mean, it's chill either way. I always appreciate, you know, all of the suggestions for people to watch and such. But yeah, if he's really resisting, don't stress too much about it at the end of the day. I'd much rather that people, like, come and watch and actually enjoy it as opposed to, like, being told to watch and, like, not enjoying it sort of thing, you know? But it's chill either way. I always appreciate the spreading of the name through word of mouth and such. Word of mouth tends to be the best way of advertisement anyways. Fair. I mean, it's chill. At the end of the day, it's all good. But yeah, that's something that they talk about on Adventure Zone quite often, where so much so that it actually becomes a point in one of the sort of later episodes, that the best form of advertisement is word of mouth. Because, like, you know, if your friend tells you, oh, hey, you should watch this person, 90% of the time they're going to be like, okay, sure, I'll give it a watch. Alright, also we're going to level up. Hell yeah! Alright. We could get colonization, or we could get archery. Hold on. I'm back. Okay, so what do we want to do next? We have lasers. We could get some goddamn lasers. We have management. We don't want to worry about that. Trade could be useful. Bargains. Market prices go down. Artistry. Huh, okay. Let's go to let's get ourselves the ability to make bows and arrows. Let's do it. Screw it. What is this? Ballistics. Oh boy. You suggest that I should forage? Fair, fair. I don't know if that... You mean, like, come down this tree by that matter? Or, hang on, give me a moment. Or whether that's just a joke on the name. But, I mean, hey, it's whatever works. But yeah, because we need the bow, so now actually we could probably come up here. Slime bow. We need a bunch of iron. Oop. And bop. Just start crafting up a ton of iron. That'll get going eventually. Chop chop. Okay, what are we looking at? Decent amount of cash across the board. It always helps. Okay, now let's go buy land. What are we looking at for the next price? The cheapest is 1,200. Yeah, we're looking at 1,200. 1,200. Okay, well, we're pretty close there anyways. Should probably just come over here and end some of these skeletons, or this skeleton here. Moo. The other option as well is I can just come down here and sell them. Bada bing. Okay. And now we can come over here and purchase this. Ah, yes, we get hegemony money. Okay. Build. Bridge. There's a secret where flowers don't live. Yes, here specifically. Bada bing. I need a key. Apparently I don't have a key. Go figure. Spelunker, dig up an archaeology item. I'm pretty sure I've already done that, but sure. Boop, boop, boop. Come on. Boop, boop. Come on. Come on. There, we're getting arrows now. Oh, that's right. We already have like a ton of arrows. We don't really need to... I mean, I suppose 16. Okay. Do we not have a key? Which is sort of odd, because I would have thought we would have had a key by now. I suppose let's come over here and we'll craft up a key. Should probably craft up a couple of extras, but it should be right. Those are OP if you buy all the upgrades, and I presume upgrades and stuff, like in terms of the skills, but fair. The dot sight. Yeah, we need to get our FMJ and our dot sight on our bow. Okay. Slime bow, we'll craft that. Come on, these damn stones. Get out of my way, please. Jesus Christ. I am exhausted. Well, there's a beetle here for you to collect. Sustain yourself on the knowledge that you collected now 2 beetles, and now can upgrade your gear. Fantastic. And we got the Holy Relic. That's useful. Just passive damage across the board. That's not bad. Not bad indeed. So there's so much stuff. I need to just get stuff. Get something to clear out all of the trees if possible. Okay. Glass. Let's craft up a bunch of glass, and we are out of coal. That's a bit of a yikes. Okay. What are we looking at in terms of our situation? We have a bunch of... We've got... Wait, 2 bottled beetles. 4 bottled beetles. So, theoretically, we can actually upgrade our gear next. Ooh, hey. I don't know why we haven't invested in that. That sounds like something that would be very useful. Slime wallet. Alright, now it seems like we're getting a couple of upgrades off the bat. We've got our bottled beetles, so we can actually get a new pickaxe now. Finally! Yes! Been waiting for that for ages. Once we get this bow... Come on. Very soon. Come on, come on, come on. We can do it, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it. Yes, come on. Bow obtained. Bada bing. Good stuff. Alright, now. Yeah, 1, 2, Let's actually go boop, boop, boop. Hang on, boop, boop, boop. We want our sword, we want our bow, we want our pick, we want our shovel, we want our hammer. Why did I get another anchor? Let's sell the anchor. Now, what we can do is we can come down here, and golden pickaxe, let's craft that up. Hell yeah. Let's come down here. Down through here. Come on, can we get through here, please? And in. So, we did get that archaeology thing. In it goes. Fantastic. We got Spooky Ghost, we got Obsidian Skull, a chunk of ice, Dino Egg, the Ankh Charm, Dead Fish, the octopus, and an eel. Fantastic. Or a squid, I suppose, more so than an octopus. Oh well. So many trees. Jeez, god damn. Okay, also, while that's doing its thing, I'm stuck. Okay, now, how does one shoot? Okay, well, we've got our slime wallet. That's good. Chop, 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 chop. You need arrows. I should have 16 arrows. Oh, I've got 16 in total, I guess, not in my inventory. Fair, good call. Right. Where are my arrows? They should be over here. Okay, so... There we go. I need a key. Fantastic. Alright, well, we got that unlocked. That's at least good. Once this is finished making our pickaxe, we should be right. Okay, in the meantime, golden boots. Give me golden boots. We need to be the golden god. Yeah, we got a new pickaxe upgrade. Stuff can drop coins now. What do we got next? Skull pickaxe. Bottled torch. More bottled torch bugs, really. Golden bow. We could actually get that pretty quick. But yeah, so great skulls, torch bugs, and steel. Okay, interesting. I suppose bottle. More of those. Alright, and now look how fast it should theoretically mine trees. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. It's a very slight upgrade. But it also gives us money, which is nice. Duda key. Good call, yes. Actually, good call. I almost forgot about that. We'll have this do its thing, and then it will craft up a key. Alright, guess we won't let that do its thing. That's fine, too. Almost forgot about that, so Dankeschön. Okay. I should eat, apparently. I guess we can just munch down on some of this, because I'm not seeing any fairies anywhere around us. Key has been obtained. And now we come through here. Oh. And poop. We got a quiver. Very nice. That's good stuff. I'm going to guess that's what specifically you were saying would be good to have. Very nice. Chicken. Dead. Okay, I was aiming at the torch bug, but sure. 1, 2. Very nice. And everything. Yeah, fair. Buy ballista and spam murder trees. That actually probably would work pretty well, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, that sounds like a good call. Good stuff. We'll grab a beetle just because they're good to have. I would imagine. Oh, we got more sphinxes. Okay. Let's grab our cacti if possible. Got another topaz. Not bad. Alright. Now it's starting to come into a bit of a good position. Anything useful up here? Another beetle. Gotcha. Bottled beetles. Beautiful bottled beetles. Now we've got our golden shoes. Very nice. Excellent, excellent. What do we need next? Gold for the gloves. Big backpack would be more bottled beetles and some royal clothing. Okay. You think you're going to go, but you'll come back. Okay, sounds good. I don't know how much of this I'll end up recording today because I do want to get into the Minecraft pretty soon. So that's the whole thing. Either way, Dunction will be coming out and all that good sort of stuff. So I shall catch you whenever I catch you next. Okay. How much do we have here? We need more topazes. When you said bottle beetle, Google Assistant popped up. Fair enough. I don't know why that would be, but sure. What was that? Was that a squid or something? Are we dealing with bloopers? But fair. Okay. What is the best way to obtain money? Walk around just chopping everything. That could work. I mean, to be fair, we also got we got 2 anchors, so we can sell that. And we also did get those 2 sphinxes. So I suppose we can figure out what to do with those. They're over here. And by selling both sphinxes, we'll get another 400. Which is pretty solid, actually. We're at 2,000 now. Which means that, theoretically, we could come up here and say, what do we want to get? We got this land here. That could be an option. 2,300. If we save up, we can get that. 2,400. Let's get this one. Excellent. Another thing. So I might as well start crafting up another key. Key craft. And we'll come over here into build with farming. Boop. And boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. We have a ton of wood anyway, so it's not like it really matters. Just circle. Gotta use those circle strats. Ah, it's got lasered. Do not laser me, please, sir. Okay, I need to get some health back. That's a lot of steel as well, which is nice. Bonk. And you are the last irritation. Okay, that's fine. Let's tank it and we'll deal with him. Okay, easy. Now we'll build bridges. Boop, boop, boop. Fantastic. And we got an M. Merchant's Medallion. Huh, okay, that's useful. So if we get a merchant rolling up, we can know where he is. Excellent. Come on, fairy, you can do it. Come into my eating range. Excellent. Good stuff indeed. Chop chop. Okay. What do we want? Steel sword, golden bow, which means we need a bunch of golden ingots. And thread. Thread. We'll maximize all of them. And we don't have any golden ore. Which is irritating because there's a ton of it around. I see a beetle over there. I'll go and collect that in just a moment. Alright, we got a bunch of emeralds out of that apparently. Not bad, not bad indeed. Beetle, hello. And I guess while I'm over here, I'll also grab this gold. Nice. And there's another beetle here. Okay, now we've got 5 bottled beetles. Beautiful. Alright, what do we need over here? I do recall there was something. Yep, we need royal clothing. Let's hold off on that for a little bit, just because I want to be able to come up here and hopefully get myself the stuff I'm looking for. Oh, cool! Our little holy relic thing is just dealing out damage to that skeleton over there, and now it's attacking. So now it's time for me to deal out damage to that skeleton over here. Okay, come on, let's get our way in here. Time to just do some clearing out of various stuff that spawned over here. Alright, you guys need to cease attacking, like, right now. Torch bug, let's go up and collect that. Not bad. Actually, let me come down here, I just realized as well. Let me run down this way. Ah, there's a couple more torch bugs. Fantastic. I guess I'll grab them because I need to come over here anyways. So that way I can come over here and activate the mining stuff. So, we get double XP from mining, which should be pretty good because I'm pretty sure we get a decent amount of XP from mining anyways. Let's grab that. Bottled torch bugs. Fantastic. Now this should progress us quite solidly, hopefully. I am exhausted. Okay. What can we do to give ourselves some energy back? Let's add the berries to our toolbar. Okay, that'll do for now. Let's capitalize on all of the stuff that's here. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop. Not bad indeed. Good to have, good to go, good, all that sort of stuff. Chop, 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 chop. Okay. Well, you know what? That's fine, because that didn't land on all of my stuff. And there's a pumpkin there. Star fragments, very nice. And we've got pumpkins, very nice. Animal feed. Animals love the meal. Don't know why we're putting poop in it. I'm guessing that makes a bunch of stuff spawn. Tree saplings, berries, pepper. Oh, there's hot pepper, right. Yeah, we'll make 2 of them, sure. Pop, 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 bam, and gotcha. And let's come over here and let's dig all of this stuff. Can you dig it? Come on, dig and dig. Easy peasy. We'll get them growing. Okay. What else do we have? I guess we can just keep mining here. Come on, break that. More amethysts. We're doing pretty good on amethysts and rubies, just not on topazes, apparently. And I think emeralds was the other one that we're having a bit of trouble with. We're getting a decent chunk of cash, actually, here from the banks as well, it seems. And you... 1,600, not bad. I think 2,000 was where we needed to get to. Gotcha. Out of here. We ain't about that at all. Get a bunch of hot peppers on top. There's our dog just chilling. Nice. Okay. That's good stuff right there. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, 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 chop. I don't actually remember what these flowers were for. Just grab a bunch of fiber, because we can. I am hungry. Hey, Fairy, you want to come over towards me? That doesn't mean Siri, Jesus Christ. Fine. There we go, that's fine. Eat a couple of peppers, eat a bit of bread, we should be in the green. Let's... I don't want to make an extra key. That feels useful. We could Splack Trap. But the thing is, we want to keep the skull, is the issue. We'll do that, sure. Come over here and max out our thread. Come through here now. Get a couple of glass. And make some gold ingots while we wait as well. Fantastic. Come on, I saw the highlight. There we go. Very nice. Oop, bop, bam, pow. Nice. Beet seeds. Wheat seeds. Pepper. Let's hold on to the poop for now. I do believe there is something that needs it. Or that likes it, rather. Or we can make an animal lure. Huh, that could be a good way of making ourselves an actual proper farm. Perhaps. Let's make one of them, sure. Where would we want our farm to be? Probably down, like, along here or something. Or actually, probably, I don't know, somewhere around here. How are we doing over here for our other resources? More gold would be nice. Glass. Glass and gold, really, is their main thing. Glass and gold. And glass and topaz. Excellent. Because we need more things that require topaz, apparently. Gold and glass. Glass and gold. More glass, more gold. Never enough glass, never enough gold. Topaz. We'll hold off just for a little bit. Bit more glass. Or, yeah, let's do that one. Upgrade our bow. It's so cramped around here. I mean, I probably could just clear that out. Chop, chop, chop. Don't even need to bother attacking it. Our little Ankh Charm thing here is taking care of it pretty well. Our holy relic. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Fully forgot I have a bottle of juice here. Yo, Supreme Lord Ender, how's it going? What's been happening? Had to quickly down a bit of juice. Because I was starting to obtain the thirst. And it's not as good as a bit of water, but I'll tell you what, juice is always nice as well. It is pear, apple, and raspberry juice. And I'm not too bad. How are you? I got the Game Pass for pretty cheap because there's like this weird sale thing on that one of my friends messaged me about. Ended up getting it, and I'm like, you know what? Let's see how many games we can get through in 3 months. Should be right. Can't complain. But I mean, I suppose we'll see soon enough. So this is our first game that we're playing, Forager. It's an interesting little game. I watched Rainvirus Jr. play it a while ago. But, yeah, I was like, you know what, let's see how it goes. and I've been enjoying it. I can't complain. Yeah, I it is a little bit slow. I don't know how well it would necessarily go for a stream game, but I also got to keep in mind that stream games are sort of streams are generally sort of meant for that whole, you know, slow progression type style. Kind of looks like the old Zelda Link type play, sort of, but it's more. It's got that aesthetic, but it's very much more, you know, collect wood, you know, craft up stuff. Like, for example, this area is really the only area that we're in. These are all my chests of storage. We've got our forges and started, all that sort of stuff. Also, give me a moment. They released the first update for it on Switch like a few months ago, so you went and restarted the whole game. That's fair. It is a nice kind of chill game to play. I imagine I'd probably spend a lot more time taking my time with it if I was playing it off of stream, but on stream I reckon I may as well take my time and have a good time with it, sort of thing. As a craft system. Yeah, I think it's pretty decent, but it does take time every time you want to do stuff. Yeah, the update's like a big update. But yeah, it's pretty easy to make stuff for the first while. But oh, fair, that makes sense. Because yeah, they're on like the nuclear update, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's pretty easy to make stuff. You just gotta, it's just a lot of like collecting and like, you know, you create the next level of pickaxe and you gotta wait for a while until you can have all this sort of stuff to be able to create it, sort of stuff. So for example, at the moment I'm holding off on creating any more royal stuff because I need the topazes so I can make a quarry. But yeah, it's the whole thing. That was the fish from Nuclear Throne. Oh yeah, it's so this game references quite a lot of stuff. It's got Terraria. It's got a bunch of. I mean, apparently that thing there is supposed to be a reference to Legend of Zelda because you got to shoot it in the eye for a chest, all that sort of stuff. Oh, I mean, yeah. Oh, okay, fair. I misread. I thought it was Kenny who was asking or was saying it was the fish from Nuclear Throne. But yeah, fair. Make a quarry. You can build produce, creating setting points. Yeah, pretty much. So. Basically, every once in a while, this stuff generates, like, you know, the stuff on the ground. And what we can do is we can create a quarry, and around the quarry, a bunch more, like, rock-based stuff will join. We'll create. Okay, fair, that makes sense. I mean, I still don't actually know what Nuclear Throne is, but that's fair as well. Yeah, so, our main goal at the moment is just to collect, and basically everything you do, you'll get XP for. So you see the XP at the top. We can come through here, and we'll level up. We get skills, and for each skill we unlock new stuff. So the one I'm thinking I'm going to go towards next is either colonization, or... Actually, I'm not sure. Colonization's a good start because that makes it so things are like more land is cheaper. And that's sort of where we want to go at the moment. I think actually that might be the way to go, yeah. And that's sort of where we're up to next. But so, like, you know, mining anything will give us experience. Which actually reminds me, it seems that my little totem thing is worn out, so hang on just a moment while I run over here. It is a little bit claustrophobic with all of the stuff that does spawn in here, but it's no biggie. I'm sort of just trying to struggle my way through it, which, it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, fair. Also, I don't know if actually you were there in when I was talking about it, Kenny, but apparently Mastermind wants to do a D&D on stream thing with a couple of viewers. So you're welcome to join that if you wish. The message is probably a little while back in the Discord if you are able to find it. If not, we are just going to probably play. I'm still deciding on what class and race I want to play. I've built a few characters in D&D as of recently, but yeah, it's been one of those sort of situations where I've been sort of not too set on those characters that I've built. So that's a whole little thing we're doing. But at the moment, it's looking like okay, fair. You rarely use Discord and don't have a webcam or play 5e. Okay, fair. Well, that's all good anyways, because at the moment, yeah, we're basically just it's an expression of interest thing anyways. So I've just been letting everyone know who I know has any interest in D&D. At the moment, we've got Coriolanus, we've got Max or Dombrowski, who comes around occasionally, and I also actually know IRL. Let's place this down here, and apparently I'm going to guess that just summons things in around here, which will be good for us for now. I'm gonna probably have to move that later on in case we, in the case that we make this our quarry island. But yeah, that's the whole thing, but fair. But yeah, so I've been thinking probably wizard, or I made a cleric, but I wasn't too set on the cleric. You'd probably watch from chats if things are going live. You're also useful during the creation process, since there's always lots to do. Yeah, that's fair. We've done a couple of streams in just setting up a few characters and stuff. At the moment, I've helped Max with his character. Mine is I've done a few just streams, just sitting around and talking and looking through different builds, but I'm probably going to do a few more of them at some point. Ooh, there's that level up. Very nice. Okay, and let's get that colonization ASAP. This feels like one that's better to get earlier, I reckon. And that gives us logistics. Lighthouses, mining rods, power plants, ballistas. Okay, well I don't even know what a lighthouse does, nor if I can even get that at the moment, but sure. Alright, fair. Okay, so that was... Hang on, what... Oh yeah, that's right, we got the ability to buy more land. Excellent. 1,600. Oh boy, this suddenly became a lot more affordable. Oh boy. We got land down there, we got land here. Which land do we want to buy? Let's buy this land. Ah! I don't know what all this stuff is. We got a weird deer. Ah. Interesting. Let's preferably get across there safely, hopefully. Sword, please. We killed a magic deer. Fantastic. Nice. I am not a horrible person, don't worry about it. Come on, fairies. Nice. And what are you? Lavender. We obtained lavender. Fantastic. Oh hey, this is a crystal! We needed some of this, I'm pretty sure. Nice. The magic deer do not ever respawn. Ah! Well then. I guess that's fine anyways. That's a bit of a bummer, but oh well. Perhaps this is actually probably the place we want to quarry. Because if we can get these crystals automated as well as getting ores automated, we should be actually in a pretty good spot, I imagine. Okay, we've got a few emeralds. What's our main thing that's holding us back at the moment for the quarry? Topaz. Right. I don't actually know what that does, but oh well. I mean, I'm presuming that's gonna make animals attracted over towards it. But probably better or worse, I imagine. Yeah, there he is. Look at that little chicken. He's just chilling. Can we... Yeah, there we go. We can mine this tree. Awesome. For a second there, I was like, why is this tree not going down? But nope, we're good. Okay. But yeah, so usually, anytime I do D&D campaigns, it's like later... Or not campaigns, sorry. Anytime I do D&D character creation stuff, it tends to be later at night after I've poured myself a drink. And I've just sat back and have been sort of like looking through classes and such. But they seem to be pretty chill streams anyways. I've been enjoying them. Okay. Topaz. Always the topaz. That's our main thing holding us back at the moment. And I was a fool and sold some topaz right at the start when my inventory got full and I didn't have any room to do things. Because a literal star fell on my bloody storage system. Wasn't particularly happy about that, but oh well. We can deal with it. Okay, let's go and end some of these slimes that are just around here. I'm exhausted. Okay, sure. You can eat when everything's dead. Can we... Why can't we move? There's a rock there. Okay, we should probably actually eat. Oh no, we have food back, never mind. We're good. We got some passive healing, I'm pretty sure. Not too worried if we take a bit of hunger damage. Alright, get some of that. And let's try and clear out this island, hopefully. But yeah, no, so I found recently, at least talking of D&D, I'm not particularly one for the psionics types of classes, or subclasses rather. They always sort of, I don't know, I get this bad feeling about playing them where I'm like, this really doesn't feel like a really well-built thing for D&D. I don't know, that's just my, at least, overall opinion. I haven't actually played them yet, but it's been one of those things where I've been avoiding them for a while. Okay, easy. While you like psionics, it's like most things at the table, you're fine when you're the one who makes the rules for balance. That's fair, that's fair. Psionics tends to be broken in games. Yeah, that's the thing, right, is, like, generally there needs to be a proper balance overall. And, when you're basically just saying, hey, here's a completely different system that, like, that no one works on, or at least, you know, you can, like, how often would you see a psionics caster in a standard D&D world, right? The answer is probably not very often, and because of that, you know, you start using psionics, no one's gonna know what to expect, like, no one's gonna know what is happening at any given time, right? Like, you start using, like, they're gonna be like, oh, it's magic, but, like, if you can be like, oh, well, you see, it's not magic, I'm not using casting components, I'm not using this or that or whatever, no normal standard D&D, like, just NPC is gonna understand what's going on. And in other news, apparently, Dad's got a couple of family friends around, which I haven't seen before. Most players and GMs don't consider the value of the almighty sucker punch. Yeah, he's actually, like, yeah. People, like, it's a system that, because I think D&D is trying to move towards, since they're trying to give psionics to basically every subclass of that's any, like, half caster or has the potential of being a psionics caster, it becomes a bit broken. Like, you get psionics fighters, psionics rogues, psionics rangers, etc., etc. And it's like, this feels like it should be a caster thing, but I mean, I'm not Wizards of the Coast, it's not like I really have a choice in the matter. Something you cover extensively for low magic. That's by far the easiest way to force someone into impunity. Yes, that's fair. And, yeah, generally, because, I mean, I get it's inherently a player's natural instinct to try and be overpowered and break things, but at the same time, like, by giving players tools that allow for, you know, easier methods of breaking things, you're inherently shooting yourself in the foot if you want to have any semblance of balance. And it's that sort of thing of why, you know, I can understand a lot of people are very overly cautious about having stuff like homebrew in the game, because of the fact that, like, you know, it can easily get broken, or it can easily break things if you're not careful. Okay, we need a little bit more topaz. Hopefully we need one more. And then... Hello, dog. Follow me. But yeah, and then I might go and see what's happening upstairs. A lot of people's homebrew is even worse than the professional stuff. They like the class by inherently fixing the class, I mean buffing it. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is in buffs aren't inherently a good thing either. You need to make sure that you're balancing it, and like thing is, everyone inherently thinks that having, well, because having more options is always good, right? Having more options, as in like what you can do at any given time, is always a beneficial thing. Like being able to say, oh, like, you know, I've used up all my spell slots, but that's fine because I have, you know, a sword, or I'm competent with this thing as well. It's like, yeah, that's good to have as a player, but it means that it's something that you have to account for as a DM. If you're trying to, you know, have a style of dungeon that's drawn out and brings the characters essentially down by stamina rather than just by outwardly burning them or outwardly having a brutal battle, like characters who have those, or who have backup abilities and stuff they can do, tend to outshine the ones that are one-trick ponies, right? That's why fighters always tend to outperform in longer situations than, you know, wizards, right? And inherently people go, oh, well, I want my class to have a lot of different things that you can do because having a lot of different things is going to be a good thing. But then they add in too many things, and it just becomes a thing of like, ah, yes, here is very overpowered thing because it, instead of trying to have one very, like, a decent class that has its one trick and then maybe a small backup, it's like, oh, here's all of these tons of different things that you can do as, you know, as well, I want to say caster, but caster is sort of inherently built to be like that. Here's all, like, as a barbarian, you now have access to the entire wizard spell list and the entire sorcerer spell list, and, well, the warlock spell list as well, but they're basically the same. You get what I'm saying, right? It's like people try and spread out and make sure that the class has a lot of functionality and a lot of stuff that they can do, but inherently that's not how classes are built, right? The whole thing about most classes is that they are restrictive, right? Because by being restrictive, it inherently means that the class has to rely on its teammates. Like, as a barbarian, you know, I can't detect magic unless you're a specific type of barbarian, I'm pretty sure, but I'm not that type. Like, you know, as like this thing, I'm only able to do these sort of things. Likewise, you know, as a sorcerer or as a wizard, you're going to be a lot more squishy than a fighter or a barbarian. And so you need to understand that, like, characters and stuff are built in a way that has them limited for the sake of, firstly, providing a good reason for having teamwork, and secondly, for having an actual, like, you know, strengths and weaknesses, because the moment that you buff something too much and you make them overpowered is the moment that they also just become unfun for everyone else at the table, right? And the worst thing that you could do in D&D is make the game unfun for everyone else, because at that point it's like, oh, why would anyone want to play with you? And that's a pretty shit position to be in, to be honest. Munch down on some of this. That being said, I don't claim to know how to make really good homebrew, for the specific reason that I avoid making homebrew, because I understand that I have these impulses of, oh, well, I want to make it utility, I want to make it have a lot of cool abilities, but I know that's not a good thing, and that's why I refrain from doing that sort of stuff. But I don't know, that's also just me occasionally. It is what it is, I guess. Yay, we finally got an extra topaz. Okay, let's go up here. And let's finally capitalize. Okay, do we want to do it over here? I'm thinking having it there would be good, but having it up there... How much? Well, firstly, we've got to figure out how big it is. Okay, let's break that out of here. And let's come in here farming. We have 1 health left. That's probably not good. Yep, there we go. So now we should start seeing a lot of ore. Excellent. Fantastic. And now we have access to crystals. Very nice. So you see what I mean about the quarries being pretty solid. Having a lot of options is good, but once again, you must balance them all to each other. When one reviews challenges, determining things like how often the challenger comes up, how important it is to successfully overcome it. Is a character meant to be specialized or versatile? Burst of strength versus consistent strength, and multiple other questions. Exactly, right? And thing is, people don't tend to think necessarily about that sort of stuff, I find, and they'll just go based on essentially their impulse of what they think is a good idea in the moment. Oh, excellent, I starved to death. For D&D, it often devolves into saturated combat, and for role-playing purposes, that hurts a lot, unless you make other types of challenges and ways to overcome them just as plausible. Yeah, and the thing is, like, that's the other issue as well, is, like, I've found a few campaigns where roleplay is swept to the sidelines. So, you know, for example, like, okay, I'll put it this way. How often do you think the ability of the Dragonborn's ability to talk to dragons comes in handy, right? Dragons are so rare, especially, well, even just when you consider, like, it's Dungeons and Dragons, and yet we never deal with dragons, like, ever. Or at least I personally don't in a lot of the campaigns I play. And it's just one of those weird sort of things where it's just like, yeah, that's just how it is. Even though it's kind of weird. Let's grab some more money. And let's get some food, hopefully. We got bread. Why have we not? Add to toolbar. And have 5,000 items in my inventory. That's excellent. You make dragons super rare, infinitely more likely to run into some cousin. Exactly, and that's the thing, right? Is like, then that inherently, like, that completely kind of defeats the purpose of one of the Dragonborn abilities, which is literally like, oh yes, you have double proficiency in talking to dragons of your same type. Like, that's an extremely specified ability. But thing is, if you have extremely specified abilities like that, that's not inherently a bad thing either. Even though one likely won't want it to, as the cousin types are not often nice to things they think at dinner. Exactly. And, like, that's one of those sort of situations where, like, you know, it's fine also to have those very specific types of abilities and just have a few of them, because, like, the chances of those actually coming into play are very rare, but when they do, the player is always like, hell yeah, cool, that's awesome. Like, if, for example, we do actually come across a dragon in the campaign that I'm playing with Forager, or really any of my Dragonborn, it's always one of those awesome moments where, like, you know, we could be, because usually if you're talking to a dragon, you want it to go well. So you can be like, hey, dragon, blah, 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 talk to them. And then you go, and then the DM's like, okay, charisma check, or whatever. We do the check, and it's like, oh, wait, hang on, double proficiency on top of that. Hell yeah, that's a 24, as opposed to, like, a 21. Which, granted, isn't really a difference when you're talking DCs, but still, it feels good to have a higher number, of course. There we go. We have gotten a few obsidian. That's actually quite good as well, because what we can do is we come over here. Hang on, actually, what was it? Build, farming. Nope, not farming. We want industrial. Mining rod, electronics, and bricks. So let's get a couple of bricks a cooking. 1, 2, 3. What was it in? Oh yeah, no, it's over here. We need electronics. Electronic computer mount parts. Electronics is royal steel. Oh boy. We need 4 royal steel, which actually isn't too bad now. How are we looking? Royal steel. We need 4 of those. As a note, you make DC checks often divisible by more than full success and failure, and a difference of 21 to 24 could end up being one more step to success. Exactly, and that's a good way to do it, right? Is, like, you know, having actual... Because, like, D&D, at least in rules as written, is very often based on you succeed or you fail. But, like, there is a way of like being like it actually. Well, it's like a lot of the apocalypse systems, right? Where you know, if you roll a 0 to 6, it's a fail, but a 7 to 10 is a like a minor or like a half success. Also, why am I saying E? So that's the dog. You get like half successes that have like drawbacks where it's like, oh yeah, you managed to do the thing, but you lose, you know, this resource or like something happens as you attempt to do it. Or another example, and then of course like above 10 is a complete success, and usually that's like essentially your equivalent of like the crit, right? Because that's on a 2d6, so that's rolling 5 5 5 6 6 5 or 6 6 essentially, or having some buff to essentially make it the equivalent of that. And those are those moments where it's like, that's pretty good. But yeah, so you get the idea essentially. Like, and I very much agree with that as well. Like having the ability to have those like half successes and stuff is a very good idea, and is generally something I would suggest most or more DMs should implement, right? Or even saying like, you know, if the DM or even if the character doesn't inherently fully meet the like the DC, giving it to them, but you know, expending resources, like you know, oh yes, I'm going to do a okay, or get me to do an athletics check to climb down the ravine. Okay, well, I rolled a 17. Okay, well, the DC is, well, as the DM, the DC is as a 20. I'll let them succeed, but I'm going to snap their rope that they're using or something. You'll give specific abilities out, but you don't tend to make them cost much unless the benefits, when it pops up, is incredible. Much like giving a player a boon towards Fae, of which are extremely rare, but gives you a slew of defense against Fae abilities and spells. Lets you communicate with all Fae, gives them a favorable impression upon meeting you, etc. Yeah, and like that's one of those sort of things where like that can be extremely important to have as well. Especially if like, you know, you give that to a Fae-based character already. You know, if in the D&D equivalent it'd be like a, you know, a Fae warlock or something, and having them go and, you know, get that ability, that would be something that I would see as appropriate, in my opinion. Eat a couple of those. But yeah, like, it all comes down to balance and, like, what sort of campaign are you running? Because, of course, hang on, give me a moment. Of course, it is one of those important things as well to consider, that some campaigns are, you know, less balanced than others, of course, and sometimes it's fun to have a much more powerful style of campaign than to, you know, be like, oh yes, running through a slog of, you know, oh, each enemy I fight is very difficult, we don't have magical items, we have to actively try hard to survive against minor opponents, etc. It's like the equivalent, if you've seen the intro or the start of Grimgar Fantasy and Ash, I don't remember if we've talked about it, but it's an anime I watched a while ago and I quite enjoyed. In the start of that anime, they, as a party of 5, struggle to take down a singular goblin. Like, as in, like, they have a lot of trouble in doing it. And you kind of see the progression over the first bit where they become proficient at taking on goblins. They become solid when it comes to, you know, dealing with, or like when it comes to, you know, teamwork and all that good sort of stuff. Inscription. Ooh, that sounds pretty good. You think you only watched the first episode, or perhaps read some of the manga? Well, regardless, that's probably enough to like give you an idea of roughly what I'm talking about, anyways. But yeah, like having something along those lines would be kind of cool, I would imagine. Like, and thing is, it's okay to have campaigns where you have really difficult situations like that, as long as it's also balanced by having campaigns that like you can actually like have cool moments of like being really powerful and cool and everything, because every player likes to feel like they're powerful and cool. Build. What do we got? Farming bridge. That gives us access, if we come down here, to magical. Potions and bombs. We need another 12 bricks for that. I'm probably not going to use that too much, but the bombs would be useful. 12 of them. How much glass do we have? Not too many. Alright, well that's coming along anyways. So... Hang on, what happened to all of our bricks? Did we get them? No? Okay, I don't know what happened there. That's where you like transformation abilities, summoning monsters or other incredible summons. For a short term, you can feel incredibly powerful. Yeah, exactly. And like, that's just sort of like how that's built. I am overly cautious about using summoning type abilities because while they are in the game, I do understand that a lot of the time they can make the game feel a little bit slower. Especially if you don't have your stuff on hand, like if you don't have the stats on hand, that's usually one of those things where I'm like, because I'm like basically anytime I'm playing the game, I'm always working like I've got all my stats on my phone or something, or like my phone, and I've been liking having a character sheet recently because I actually like can use my character sheet for like doing stuff. But yeah, it comes into one of those sort of circumstances where I'm like, oh yeah, the like having that actual ability to, you know, it becomes hard for me to be able to be like, oh yes, I've got this here, I know all of my summons, I know this, I know that, and also, as of recently, one of like the DM that we've had, he at least last session he didn't seem too interested in at least the situation that was going down. Though, because I mean, granted, I don't know whether it wasn't interested or he was just burnt out or something, but he fully like skipped me at one point, and I was just like, oh, okay, I guess I'm just not having my turn this time. Like I could have negated an entire fireball to our party by attacking the teammate or by attacking the enemy if I had my turn, but I just didn't have a turn, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna stand here. And I know like a couple of the boys like looked over at me like as we went back to the top of initiative, and I didn't get a turn, and I'm like, oh, well, that's fine. I'm sure I've accidentally skipped people in the past as well, but, yeah, a bit of a bummer, but it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, that was the whole little thing that happened, and I'm just... By the time I realised, I'm like... Because I was like, hang on, didn't I get a turn? It wasn't my turn? And he's like, oh, no, it's this person's turn, we're at the top of initiative, and I'm like, yeah, I didn't get a turn, but sure. Whatever works, I guess. But, you know, that was... To be fair, I think that might have just been a miscommunication between the group, I guess. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Okay, energy is low. Let's come over here and let's go Magical Cauldron. Boop, that there. 43 experience. And what do we get here? Look at Liquid Luck. Bombs. Steel, coal, and jelly. Interesting. That could be useful, but I want to keep the Nightshade and the Beetles. Wisdom Draft. Ooh, that's good. Thunderstrike. That's actually good as well, apparently. Okay, let's make a couple of these. Just to speed up the process. But yeah, if you're dealing with multiple summons, you got to be really careful that you don't become a nuisance to the DM and the rest of the party. And that's my sort of overcautiousness, I guess. That makes me very careful of that. Come on, why can't I eat this damn fairy? I'm so low on energy. Yep, there we go. Especially for fodder fights. Yeah, no, the thing is, it wasn't even the fodder fight. It was like, we were up against like some high tier like casters. And I'm sort of sitting there like, I'm the tank. I had the slow spell cast on me. I end up running forward towards the enemies. I end up doing a decent chunk of damage. But like, I just was like, I had to end my turn because I only had 20 feet of movement in the middle of the battlefield. So every effect that came out was hitting me anyways, and I didn't get a chance to move or react or do anything about it. You don't want players to slog so long as you should whoop it, unless players really make mistakes. Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing, right? It's like that was one of those sort of campaigns, or sessions rather, where it really just felt like it was just a slog over and over and over, and slowly getting there, sort of thing. And like, I can understand, you know, sometimes it is just like that. You know, you plan for the campaign, you think it's going to go very quickly. Turns out it doesn't. You know, it's one of those sort of moments of like, oh, bummer, but you know, it is what it is, I guess. Did we collect the thing? Also, give me a moment. Oh yeah, there it is. It's in here. The lure. That's fine with me. Obsidian. Yeah, we'll put the obsidian in there, sure. Alright, where'd our bombs go? Could have sworn we had the bombs. If they roll a d10, then 8-9 events combat. Wait, hang on. Combat saturation, and if you look at many GMs making random event tables, most include an obscene amount of combat. Yeah, oh, exactly. And, like, thing is, I've definitely made my mistake like that back in the past, but usually, like, I at least try and amend that by making the combats that they do participate in small enough and, like, fast enough. Like, you know, they'll fire, like, 2 kobolds a dozen times, sort of thing. Where it's like, you know, each round is essentially just one thing of combat. Or each combat isn't very much, you know? Ooh. I think we got a lot of experience there. I think I'm out of the blast radius. Okay, looks like I was. Cool. This is convenient. Let's place it here. I'm stuck. Help. Okay. Well, at least we didn't take too much damage. But yeah, like... And the thing is, that's because a lot of the time I find a lot of DMs don't understand that, like, D&D is more than just combat. Like, combat is good and important and fun a lot of the time, yes. But there's much more to D&D than just, you know, fighting through a horde of enemies. You got, like, I mean, always puzzles are always a thing, you know. There's always, you know, going out and doing stuff like, I mean, just conversational encounters. That's why, you know, there comes a point often where I'll get bored of combat, so instead I'll just try and talk to the enemies a lot of the time, just as like a way of just me being like, hey, look, I'm sick of, you know, we fought through like 4 fights already in like the last 15 minutes. Can we like do something else? Maybe is there a different way we can take care of this? You know, and of course, you know, by the time that comes up where I am like being like, oh, let's see if there's a social solution to this situation. Of course, usually that's too late because, of course, if you've already chopped your way through a ton of enemies, they're probably not going to be too receptive to just being like, oh, you know what, we forgive you. That's a butterfly. Okay. I'm going to guess we're going to need to collect them with a jar. Do I have any jars? I don't think I've got any jars. That's a bummer. Or bottles, whatever. Let's make a couple of those. Let's create an extra one of those. Nice. There should be other ways to beat the challenge, absolutely, and a wider range of challenges you think is something you tend to be always thankful for. Yeah, exactly. Like, thing is, and it's just good as a player to like not have to deal with the repetition of like, oh yeah, here we go again, another combat sort of thing. Like having the actual like option of going, hey, yeah, let's, instead of just doing the same thing over again, can we, you know, do, I don't know, anything really. Like, and that's something that I still find a lot of DMs and such tend to just be like, oh, just combat after combat after combat. It's like, chill. It's okay to take your time and just have a, like, find other ways for us to overcome a situation. Or, like, rather, plan for other ways. Give us other ways, right? I always like, you know, stealthing and such. But the way that the dungeons tend to usually be set up is that they're set up in a way where stealthing is just not an option. Like, you know, and you can only do so much a lot of the time. And that tends to be a bit of a massive bummer, in my opinion. Because, like, often, you know, a safe, like, stealthing, it's one of those sort of things where you think in, like, a lot of games where it's like, theoretically, like, why would you want to have to kill people if you can avoid it? There was one moment, in the campaign that we've been playing recently where we came across, like, there was, like, just 2, like, normal dudes just doing their thing, just looking out, they were, like, you know, watchers for the bandit group or whatever we were taking on. And we, like, I didn't even get a turn in the combat. We end up, like, fully, like, the first attack insta-killed one of them and brought the other down to, like, 1 HP. Because it was literally, like, 2 magic missiles, and they had 10 health each. And because of the fact that they were so weak, I was just sort of like, you know what, I don't actually want to kill these guys. And basically, all of the group was sort of like, yeah, no, we kind of agree. Like, just because these guys are bandits, like, should we, like, is this a circumstance where we would be good? Like, do we want to go and, what's the word? Like, we end up basically just saying, like, we handcuffed him down. We basically was just like, hey, shut the fuck up, don't make any sound. Here's the deal. You are in the bandit group, which means we have no issue in killing you. Got it? Okay, now we're going to give you a suggestion. We don't really want to have to kill you if we can avoid it. Because, frankly, we've killed a lot of people recently. Also, I should have done this earlier. We've killed a lot of people recently, and we're feeling generous today. So, what's going to happen is, we're going to give you a chance to live. And he's like, okay, alright, what's happening? We, like, rolled, like, 2, like, really high rolls on intimidation. So he's like, okay, if I don't agree and work with these people, I'm going to die. So, off the bat, we're like, yes, positives. We're looking pretty solid right now. We end up basically doing that whole routine to being like, oh yeah, you either are working with us or we're just going to we're just going to leave you here for dead, essentially. So either you're going to help us in what we're trying to do, or you're going to die. And yeah, I mean, but afterwards, like after we finished off, I was feeling pretty happy about it because I'm sort of just like, yeah, no, we might not have been perfectly in the right in that situation, but like that was someone that, if like we explained the situation to him of like, you're in way over your head. If you don't change your ways, we will come and make sure you regret it. But we're giving you a chance to live. And, it's one of those moments where I'm like, I'm happy that that's how that turned out. Like, my character isn't, he's not out for blood. It's one of those sort of situations where Forager is there trying to just survive and do his thing, and he can understand, yeah, everyone wants to survive. It's a natural human and animalistic instinct to try and survive, and that's understandable. So long as everyone, doesn't be a fool about it. If you explain to the 20 guards why they should not be on the antagonist's side and should never help them anyways, the guards agree with you and stand down. How's that not a win? Exactly. If anything, that's actually probably more good of a win, because for one that actually, like, especially if you're, not to go into alignment, but if you're playing and you're wanting to be a generally good heroic party, having a heroic solution to an issue like that is probably one of the best things that you can do, in my opinion. Yeah, we'll mine this one, I reckon. If more adventures were realistic, fewer adventurers would be in the right. What D&D often does is try to make it so there's no moral qualms just by having every enemy species be chaotic evil, which is a really shallow way of doing things. Exactly. And that's the sort of thing where, like, it's always one of those sort of situations where it's a lot harder for the players to be able to justify themselves running in and killing a bunch of, like, weak, innocent creatures. And actually, that reminds me, I think we've had the conversation about Goblin Slayer. I was watching the abridged series last night while I was editing a bunch of videos. But in the abridged series, actually, just even in both Goblin Slayer or Goblin Slayer itself, they have that whole sort of question of, like, hey, is it right? Hang on, give me a moment. Yeah, they have the whole question of, like, is it right to, like, kill a bunch of, like, goblin children, even though they are goblins? Like, is that something that should be looked up upon? Like, is that something that we should do? And in that circumstance, of course, Goblin Slayer is like, yeah, no, I don't have any question in that matter. I know my answer. But, like, it sort of portrays it in sort of, like, a very horrifying way, where it's like, is this something that should be done, generally? The general that wins their war without killing is often the best general of all. Exactly. Like, that's sort of why I find it kind of laughable that, in a lot of shows they'll have, like, the very warmongering general, but it's like, okay, I get that's an interesting way of viewing it, but, like, often the best generals and the ones that tend to get promoted, in my opinion, or the ones that should be promoted generally, are the ones that know when to avoid a fight more so than, engaging, right? It's the whole thing with when you're learning martial arts. The first thing that they that I always hear anytime I've gone to a martial arts studio is the best way you can win a fight is to not get in a fight. The best way you can, the best way to succeed in combat is to not engage in combat. And frankly, that's sort of something I necessarily like. That's sort of something that just by principle I agree with, because I'm generally a very sort of non-combative person. But it's something that a lot of people don't necessarily think of, especially when it comes to D&D, because when you're in D&D, the first thing you think of is just, oh, let's beat the shit out of everything. Like, we have the power, well, why not use it, sort of thing. But yeah, so you get the idea, at least. Like, that's at least my whole sort of opinion on it. Like, generally, and I'm very, what's the word? I'm very guilty of it as well, because in the past I know for a fact that I've gone and been like, oh yes, no, this is a combative situation. You guys, it's time for you to engage in combat, sort of thing. But that was also back way before I did a lot more research into doing that sort of stuff, and often actually, to be fair, it's more of a show of my laziness at that point, because that was around the time where I'd just be like, okay, I have 2 days to come up with a scenario. What's the scenario? Okay, this combat's happening, here's this thing, here's that thing, whatever. And I can gladly admit that back then I was a lot more of a lazy DM, and to be fair, I try and, still be better than that, but I can be still somewhat lazy occasionally. Need that. Give me a moment. Alright. But yeah, first, if you don't have to fight, then don't. Be the type of person no one wants to fight in the first place. The first step is just being kind. The second is often building yourself up physically and being alert. The second being a huge part of athleticism is that very few people are confident enough or will engage an opponent they perceive to be able to break them in one hand. It often provides incredible benefits in combat, so they go hand in hand. Exactly. And everyone in stories and stuff is like, oh yes, size doesn't matter, but no, it very much does. I don't know whether you've well, I mean, I suppose a lot of shows, look at Hero Academia, where it's like, oh yes, I can take on this massive opponent, but it's like, you would be shitting yourself if you were face to face with someone who's double your size and has biceps the size of your head. Imagine trying to engage in combat with Doomslayer or something like that. Someone who very, very easily is much more powerful than you are. Trying to just scan around. I don't even know. There's my mouse. Down. Can I use my... I can't use my WASD. That's irritating. Is that the bottom? I can't actually tell if that's the bottom. But given that I can't scroll any further down, I'm going to presume it is. Being alert is often a matter of ensuring wishy-washy attackers, also there's that thing, know that you have been alerted of their presence so they can't sucker punch you. Exactly, and that's the other thing as well. That inherently, just being aware of what people are doing often is generally much better than, well, the alternative, obviously, but, people tend to often act on cowardice and instinct. And if you can quell that just by saying, "Hey, no, I know you're there. I'm not afraid of you or anything," it often goes much better. Okay, there we go. Now I'm actually able to see the bottom corner. But yeah, if you can override their people's instinct of cowardice with logic and your own instinct of intimidation, you're generally probably going to be in a much better position. Hang on. If they're able to do things like pick up an opponent... Hang on. You've known some incredibly big people, and unless someone was seriously skilled or got very lucky, it would just be over. AKA, they're able to do some stuff like pick up an opponent and smash them through the sunroof of a nearby car. Yeah, that's fair. And that's the thing as well, is it's not even luck. I've seen, well, at least with the person I'm thinking of, I just have a friend who, he works out, an hour, every day sort of thing, apart from, weekends, and he also has a job in bricklaying, and he's one of my best friends, and it's one of those sort of circumstances where, no one in their right mind would challenge him to a fight. He's, easily like as tall as myself, so about 6 foot tall, and like big beard, buff as fuck, and I'm just like, I've actually like sparred with him, in a fist fight just for the fun of it. Back when he had he fully made like a fucking fight club between us, like in our school. Like, of course, it was out of school, but with people at our school, and I fully watched him just go bang on someone's face and just dropped him immediately. And it's one of those sort of situations where like that is not a position I would want to be in at any given time. Like, I was concerned about going for it, like, or even just sparring with him. I remember when I did, I was like fully just guard up at all times. But yeah, that was, at least I survived the entire time. That was pretty good. First of all, they look and go, is this person dangerous to me or a victim? Literally the first thing that goes through Mugger's head. Exactly. Like, and that's why you have to make sure you go out of your way to make sure you aren't the person who is going to be considered the victim. Thaumaturgy. Huh. Reagency. Okay. Do love me some Thaumanomicron. Thormcraft, rather. I like me obtaining a Thaumanomicon, rather. What do we need? Build magical bricks. The more athletic you look, the less likely you encounter trouble. It's all a lot of stopping fights before it ever happens. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, right, is like, just in general, it's much better to have a position where you can just avoid it. If you're large and athletic, they still want to attack you because beware groups of all weapons. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing as well. Like, being big isn't inherently it's not something that ends combat. You need to also be smart enough to know when to avoid going into situations that could mess you up. Because a lot of the time as well, especially with certain types of individuals, it's one of those circumstances where people want to prove that they are bigger than the top dog, sort of thing. Like, people are going to be like, oh yes, well, I'm just because you're big doesn't mean anything, I can still take you on. And often those people tend to be the ones who are a bit, missing a few cogs or what's the word? Or what's the phrase? A few cogs short of a machine or something like that. You get the idea. But like, yeah, that sort of stuff. You've seen some big idiot guys do some things like lean their chair into a smaller opponent, and that sort of crap. I'll lean their chin. But that sort of behavior should have been curbed if they actually practice martial arts. And that's the other thing, right, is... Now, I talk big, of course, because the person I'm talking about is, like, one of my two best friends. But I also know he has also... Like, while he is someone who can get very cocky, he is someone who has also done, like, several years of martial arts and, like, what is it, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, that sort of stuff. Like... And realistically, any kind of martial arts is better than no martial arts, all things considered. But, yeah, and that's also just being humble as well. If you're getting, like, up in someone's face and, like, putting your head forward, that's dumb. Like, I feel like anyone who understands you should avoid doing stuff like that. Oh, hey, actually. We can... Oh, finally, we've got the access to this stuff. That's good. I've been waiting for this for a while. Paper. Let's make 30 of them. Sure. But yeah, just be smart. Don't act like a fool. Think through whatever you do, and generally you'll be in a much better position than the alternative, I suppose. Okay, how are we looking over here for this sort of stuff? Skull. We need more great skulls. Bottle torch bugs, great skulls. How's our banks looking? Can we make more banks? Industrial, nope, we want economic. Bank, steel and brick. Okay, I'm gonna make probably like 100 brick, I reckon. Half that. Okay, 150. Yeah, we'll go with 150. That sounds good to me. Even too much weaker people can end up easily dispatching a stronger person. Anything beyond that is terrible. Oh, hang on, no, I skipped a message. Also, good instructors will always tell you that if they have a weapon, run. If they outnumber you, also run. It's not that it's impossible to win sometimes, but the odds stack horribly against you. Yeah, exactly. It's an exponential thing, right? If you're encountered, like, weapons immediately, that's a yikes from me. That, like, if someone even has a knife or, like, anything, you're in a bad position. That's why it's always suggested where, if you're in a position where you feel like you're in danger, look for a weapon. Always get some kind of weapon. A knife, like, keys aren't that good. I know everyone's always like, oh, keep your keys in your pocket and put your fingers through them. That still is maybe not the best weapon. It's good in a pinch, but realistically that can mess up your hand if you're not competent at stuff like that. Be careful generally, but yeah, and then, like, having a weapon on hand, sure, it's better than nothing. Being outnumbered immediately, well, I feel like I don't even need to comment on why that puts you in a disadvantage. I feel like it's a given. Like, if you're outnumbered, you're immediately in a much shitter position than otherwise. And I guess that is what it is, really, at the end of the day. But yeah, ultimately, best thing you can do is try and just avoid ending up in positions like that. It's one of those sort of things where, obviously, like, that's the no shit Sherlock sort of answer or comment, but, like, it's the no shit Sherlock comment for a reason, Like, it's simple because it's correct and it works. Let's make another furnace, why not? And then we'll just come over here and let's start making a couple of steel here. Like, yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is, like, then you get, like, expand that out into combat and, like, and stuff in D&D. And I mean, you can easily see the analogs represented in D&D itself, right? Talking stuff along the lines of, like, oh yeah, action economy is roughly equivalent to dealing with more people than you, sort of thing. Having weapons, having stronger weapons is usually, like, you can move that or you can scale that into perspective of, like, who has a weapon, who doesn't, etc. Like, if you've got a much, like, even though, having a weapon still opens you up for, like, you can still be attacked as if you didn't have a weapon, but it still it assumes that you're much more competent with a weapon than someone just off the street, at least. If it's the same, if you watch Night Fight or any other melee medieval type tournament, yeah, and that's one of those sort of things where, like, I know a bunch of the boys are always like, fuck yeah, I want to participate in stuff like that. And yet, at the same time, I could very easily see them getting absolutely pummeled because, well, as much as I have a lot of respect for the boys, they have a tendency to end up in questionable positions occasionally. Also, give me a moment. But yeah, like, all things considered, would I pay to watch my friends beat the shit out of each other? Probably. But at the same time, probably wouldn't say who I think was going to win out of them. I have a rough idea on who I would probably expect to win, but for the respect to them, I've also, even just in non-competitive stuff, I've been surprised. The big beefy guy, who's one of my close friends. So essentially, I've got two friends who work out. I'll say Brett and Matt, essentially. Hang on. Even if you're great at these types of things, knowing that even one attack going awry can leave someone seriously hurt is something people have to be aware of before they sign any contracts. Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing, right? Is, like, it is very easy to get yourself into a bad position. One knock to the head. Like, humans are extremely fragile. That's something that people tend to forget. Like, you often feel like you're on top of the world, you're invincible, all this sort of stuff. Think of how little it takes to kill someone. A small clock to the head, eating the wrong kind of food, like small tiny stuff like that, and bada bing, bada boom, you're dead, essentially. It's something brutal that people don't think about too often, but it's an extremely important thing to actually be aware of. That crystal there we need to get rid of. Chop, 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 chop. Oh boy, this is going to take us a little while. But yeah, back when we were doing Oktoberfest, there's the competition of basically just strongman holding your drink up like that sort of thing. I probably shouldn't be waving my arms around like that around my computer. But like, you have to hold your drink up essentially straight arm and try and just do that for a long enough time. See if you can be the last man standing sort of thing. I was expecting Brett to win because, you know, of course he's big and muscly and everything. But Matt actually ended up beating him because Matt actually like does like calisthenics and like athletic stuff as opposed to specifically, you know, as opposed to, you know, just muscle for the most part. Yeah, that's our position, I reckon. Nice. So now we have the mining rod, and now we have our moldy book. Excellent. So that rod is essentially going to do its thing for a while and generate us passive metals and such, which is nice. Slimy tome, we need glass. Okay, 16 or 30 of them. You've found... Wait, hang on. Yeah, you found 1v1, the larger fights tend to win against the smaller fighter. In mass melees, having a variance of size is often better, as a huge guy in huge armor gasses himself at a seemingly much higher speed than smaller fighters. But if you watch melees, you'll see smaller fighters run out and pin a person in a position, then the bigger fighter slams into their target and can't get out of the way. This preserves the bigger fighter endurance, and the big fighter runs from a smaller fighter, they gas themselves out. Yeah, exactly. And it often comes down to that sort of thing where, like, you know, you generally see, if you think of a smaller fighter, they are going to be much quicker, much more nimble than a bigger fighter in general. This holds true as long as weapons are involved hand-to-hand normally. Just being bigger is a benefit. You really need to work what you got as a smaller fighter in a melee, fists and feet. Yeah, exactly. And often that's why generally, even still, it would still come down into some form of grappling contest if you're a smaller fighter in general. And I guess that is just what it is, just in general. Let's also get those cooking. But yeah, and that's just naturally what happens, I guess. Okay, we are doing actually pretty solid at the moment. Let us come over here. Actually, can we eat you? Yep, we can. Awesome. I hate getting stuck over this area. Alright, well, we've got our mining rod. I suppose we should invest in upgrading that mining rod. That is, yeah, we have to use our sword at midnight, I'm guessing, or at night time, so I've got to remember about that. Got to get glass, so we should probably start digging. Do we have any steel? I'm going to guess probably not. Normally you'll see opportunity strikes or a limb being pressured since... Nope, that's the bow, that's not my pickaxe. Or since a small person can use all of their limbs to hold onto one side and be effective even at a tiny range, while the big friend reaches over and around them while crowding the opponent's free limb and beating them, since punching over your short friend is not even difficult. Yeah, exactly. And that's that sort of thing where, like, having that, having the ability to have that sort of cooperation between styles, like, you could even, like, that's just a big kind of, well, I suppose games are probably more the analogy, but it's, you could look at it as analogical to the way that games work, right? You have certain people who fulfill certain roles, and then you have other people who have other benefits that fulfill their roles, right? So, you know, having a DPS and having a tank, in this case the DPS would be the one theoretically seen as the smaller character, and it'd be more grappling than DPS, but still it has that same concept. Why is there just a skeleton trying to come for us? But yeah, it's just, you know, diversity in your portfolio in terms of skills and abilities and such. It generally goes pretty well, I would say. Let's come through here. Oh, we got a skeleton there. You just chilling? I wonder, actually. Dog, you're sitting in the wrong place. Okay, we need to... Actually, we could eat some citrus. Get that out of our inventory. Not bad. But yeah, it's all about just diversification of your abilities and such. If you can theoretically, you know, actually do things and operate based on your special abilities and skills and have that combine well with teammates, and then that's generally going to be a positive for you. Let's come over here and make a ton of glass. Royal steel. We could actually... Oh, boy. We can make quite a few of them, actually. Have to know what one is doing. Acclamation to violence through sparring. Hopefully one gets in few, if any, fights during their lifetime. Of course, in D&D type worlds, if you have PC levels and the world is so dangerous, the chance you have to fight something spikes way the hell up. But that's the high-risk profession you took. Exactly, right? Like, theoretically, you could run a D&D campaign where it's entirely just, oh yes, you go and, you know, you spend your entire time being a crafter or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you could theoretically do that. Granted, of course, it's not going to be as interesting because, of course, you know, having the having that level of... What's the word? Actually having stuff along the lines of, you know, you do love civilization build games. Yeah, they're pretty good. But yeah, like, there's not going to be any tenseness or any story if your character in the world is essentially just a crafter or a trader. Like, that's the whole thing, is, you know, going out and being an adventurer is where the, you know, adventure is, I guess. Given the name, clearly. You also like implementing... Just making sure I'm not taking damage. You also like implementing survival issues, so a good chunk of difficulty is not you just having to beat something when you're in perfect condition. Exactly. And that's one of those sort of things that I do actually quite enjoy as well. The idea that, like, you know, you're, like, actually having to compete against existence itself to survive. Like, you know, having to make sure you have food. And unfortunately, D&D sort of takes that away with the fact that you have, like, spells like Goodberry, where survival doesn't really mean anything anymore. But yeah, it's still one of those things where it's something to consider, at least, as well, if you're being a DM and implementing stuff like that. Also, oh boy, this pile of bones is quite significant. Oh, that's some of the big lad. We are trashing this big lad. Get done, son. And spirit orb. Nice. We got ourselves a ghost orb. We'll use that. Damage increase would be good. Energy is also good. Let's go with damage increase. I don't actually know if that counts as pickaxe damage as well. You had to remove / fix a lot of spells, so survival leads to its own set of issues. If you use your spells for survival, you won't have them for combat. And that's good stuff as well, like having even that as a trade-off where it's like, oh, you know, you might get food to survive a day, but that doesn't mean that you'll be able to have the abilities that you have if you're actually wanting to engage in combat and fight off, you know, the pack of wolves that are chasing you, or, like, you know, the owlbear that is nearby or whatever, you know, that sort of stuff. Let's just up our permanent damage, I reckon. We're going to need damage at some point anyways. Nice. So I think this is the end of this side of the world. Oh boy, we have a lot of fish. So many so that it's not actually generating the number. 226. Interesting. By the time you can handle all normal terrain / climate / basic things, you're adventuring in areas which much more complex issues magical terrain may give. Exactly, and it's one of those sort of things where that gives a good amount of stuff in actually, like, well, it scales, right? It's giving a level of environmental difficulty that also complements the difficulty of the combat encounters that you're also participating in. So it's not just one thing. It's like that old, really edgy 12-year-old saying where it's like, life doesn't get easier, you just get more scars or whatever. Like, you just become more acclimatized to the difficulty of the environment. Okay, if a low-level spell allowed you to be immune to poison with a DC of 13 or lower, That means nothing for the new terrain you find yourself in where poison is DC of 18. Exactly. Like, just having a because it makes sense as well that, like, as you progress, you're going to... and places that have much more powerful enemies are going to be more accustomed, like, they're going to have, you know, had the environmental scars of dealing with those much more difficult enemies. You know, if you're in a place where it's very competitive to obtain food because there's a DC or there's a challenge rating 18 monster just living there, you're going to have to be very competitive yourself, which inherently drives up your own ability or your own challenge rating as a monster. And then that just kind of scales up for the entire environment. Food becomes harder to find if there's a lot of very high tier monsters trying to obtain the food, etc. All that sort of stuff. For weightlifters, the saying of training never gets easier, you just get stronger is rather common. You get stronger, you increase weights, increase reps, you go longer, but it's never easier since you want to advance. Exactly, and that's the whole sort of thing about working out as well, is like, just in general, the whole point of it is that you're the way that your muscle builds is essentially you're tearing your muscles apart, and you just got to constantly tear your muscles apart over and 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 over, and that's how you actually gain muscle and become stronger. It by itself is a difficult, like, it's a concept of difficulty in itself, but that's just how it is. You never... oh, and the only way you make it easier is by, you know, not feeling the pain and stopping the acid buildup in your muscles, which is what makes you tired, but that's, of course, using steroids, and that's not good to do either. Ah, a pumpkin just spawned, fair enough. Let's upgrade our tome. Tear, repair, rebuild, reset until you tear, repair, rebuild, repeat until you achieve the results you desire, etc. Yeah, exactly, for the most part. Yeah, and that is just what it is, you know? It's always going to be like that to some degree or another. We'll max craft that. Craft up the iron. Craft up the gold. Craft up glass. Alright. There we go. Now what do we need next? We still need more skulls. We have a couple of skulls. Still need a few more though. Bummer. How's our money coming along? That's right, we were building steel and stuff so we could get more of these, weren't we? Economic bank. There we go. Fantastic. Our money generation has essentially doubled. Very nice. That's what I like to see. And since they're all technically adjacent to each other, they're going to be operating quite well. Not bad indeed, not bad indeed. How's our XP tome coming along? Not bad. How's our bombs doing? Increases the experience you gain. That is something I do like the idea of. But the paper, the amethyst, and the beetles would be a bit of a pain. Let's make a couple of bombs, sure. Alright. Oh, there's our book. And we get a slimy tome. Increase XP by 30%. Very nice. Now can we get that even further? How much further can we progress? Necronomicon. Interesting. Need leather and nightshades. Something tells me we might not be able to get that just yet. Druid Scroll, Sage Scroll. Ooh, that actually could be kind of useful. Bottle Fairies. Oh, okay, I see. Build a scroll. Not bad. Dyes. Paint things blue, teal, and lime. Yeah, we probably... Actually, hang on, we can scroll down a bit more. Ah! There's a lot of dyes. Okay. Well, we need to probably keep getting more things over here in terms of islands, because we need more of the plants that we don't have at the moment. There's a fairy. Thing is, the fairies also give us experience on their own. We have a couple of bombs, so I guess what we could do is we can come over here, just mine our way in, I guess. Chop, 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 chop. A little bit further. And I guess we'll put down a bomb there. Jump out of the way, and bada bing. Oh, I just realized I didn't have the miner thing open or activated, damn it. So much plants. There's just trees. Just gotta get these out of the way. Nice. Okay. Get through here. Activate that. Yep, cool. Still not nighttime yet. Squeezing through. Bit of extra experience there, not bad. And now if we come over here, we drop down a bomb just there. And bada bing. That's a little chunk of experience, is always nice. But yes. So, I don't know, I've been talking to Xander and just discussing the ways that the campaign that I'm currently playing can improve, and he had a few suggestions, which is always good. Xander's been a pretty long time player in my campaigns. And, well, I'm not currently DMing, but he still had some stuff to suggest for the person who was DMing. You know, stuff along the lines of, hey, maybe actually keep us on track. At one point he's like, hey, you know you guys could go to the guild, which the last session wasn't prepared, so we assumed that it wasn't ready. But he could have, you know, done that in game, be like, oh yes, you know, there's people over at the guild you notice, or like, you know, that sort of stuff. Get us actually over towards the guild in game, as opposed to just being like, hey guys, you realize that like the guild's ready, and we're like, we didn't realize that because you didn't let us realize it. You didn't actually give us any reason for our characters to know that the guild was ready. So, yeah, it was all small sort of stuff. Either way, the campaign itself I've been enjoying pretty heavily anyways. But yeah, it is the small little bits and pieces where I'm like, yeah, exactly, like, you know, there's no way that our characters would know. Like, I get, you know, we were talking about it ahead of time, that like we were talking, you know, back when we first went over to the guild, but that wasn't even ready at that point. So I literally said, okay, well, I'm going to stall on going there because, well, if it's not ready, then it doesn't make sense. Or I'll, like, for the sake of making it easier for our DM, I won't, you know, I'll hold off on going there. Also, my character looks like a bit of an abomination with all of the different colors and stuff that's going on with it. But yeah, like, you know, and it's one of those sort of things where, like, in the moment, I don't think I think he was just like, God damn it, you know, I prepared this guild for them, and yet they're not even thinking of going over towards it. Which, yeah, bummer, but I guess it is what it is. Oh, hey, we got a seal point. I fully forgot that we leveled up. What do we want to get? Well, we have Thaumaturgy, we have Reagency, Evasion, Renewal. Let's get Lasers. Very nice. That gives us Engineering. We get droids, we get EMP grenades. Oh boy, I don't know what we'll be doing with those just yet. Power plants are useful. Amulets. Gems sell for more. Mining rods have double the area of effect. That's quite useful, actually. Power plants have double the area of effect. Huh. Interesting. I should probably sit up a bit. I've been starting to slouch down in my seat a few times, which is probably not good for my posture. My neck's getting a bit wacky. After I was talking on stream about how important posture is the other day, go figure. But, well, it's no biggie. We have... Oh, okay. I apparently still got XP for something. I don't know what it was. Sure, give me these two, thank you. Get some Nightshade. Actually, can we grow Nightshade? I don't think so. That's a bummer. Got a couple of topazes. Your posture is not very good either. Bad back. Yeah, it's fair. Like, the thing is, like, I just find nowadays I'm sitting in my chair for so long that I just tend to, like, sort of slide downwards. Maybe I need to, like, push my, like, the seat of, or, like, the back of my chair back a bit, so that inherently when I lean forward, I'm sitting myself into good posture. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. How are we doing? Okay, so bones. We could actually. I wonder. I'm just thinking in terms of like what's the most efficient thing we can do. Let's get that going. Then we get iron going. Pop all of these in there. Glass in here, sure. Then what we can do is we gotta 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, that's already a start. You do the same thing, you sit in the correct position, but however long later, you end up slouching or closer to the end of the seat. Yeah, I slowly have started like sliding downwards, and it becomes a bit of an issue because like I don't really have room behind me, so I kind of just get stuck there where I'm like, you know, the bottom half of me is hanging down in the small area, so I have to like push myself up, but at the same time I don't like putting too much weight onto the seat if I can avoid it, because I've already broken a couple of the wheels. So that's a whole thing. But yeah, and I'm just like, it's a tad concerning. We have 49 crystals, we need one more. Go figure. One more, a couple of rubies, and a mining scroll. And then we're actually almost finished mining, that's good. Trapping. What do we got for trapping? Butterflies, fairies, and beetles. Okay. That's good to know. Alchemy. What do we got over in alchemy? That's all of the potion types, isn't it? Okay. Bummer. That's going to take some time on its own, I guess. Don't have anything for archaeology yet, because those are a lot of stuff of just mining in certain locations, which I suppose I could probably get to. I should probably make more. Storage locations first. Alright, fairy in a bottle. Sure, that works. Okay, what do we gotta do? Apparently someone came and opened my door. I think it was Mum. And she didn't close it, so now I can just hear people talking outside my room. Fun. Let's make 20 of these. Skull stuff is still the furthest we can go. The big backpack, actually, we could probably do that. We just need some leather. Let's just make the stuff we need at the moment, actually. What was that one we didn't do? And we did emerald. Oh, hey, why do we have 3 anchors? We just pick up and carry around these anchors for however long. 4, 5. I think it was rubies that we needed. Damn, what was that one thing that we had that we needed to use? I don't know. Royal clothing. 2 more royal clothing. That requires more leather. Okay, I'm dumb. Oop, there we go. We'll get that going. And see if it was in fact rubies that we needed to drop off. Oh boy. So much stuff. Yeah, it looks like rubies were the ones I needed. Oop, perfect. Yeah, 1 more crystal. That was what it was. Okay. Not bad. We're coming along actually quite significantly with those. It's very nice. Okay. Okay, that's that done. Now we make 2 royal clothing. Why can't we make two royal clothing? Excuse me. Oh, apparently we already have 1. No, but we need... What? What am I missing? Oh, we need 1 thread. You're kidding me. We need fiber. Chop you. There we go. Go figure. Now we have our thread. Should probably eat you. Eat you. There we go. Back to the top. And now we come in here and we can craft up 2 of those, which is going to give us more inventory space anyways. Now we can come over here, build economic vault. We need one more steel. There's the one popping there. Vault there. Boop, there. Perfect. Yeah, apparently one of the boys in the group chat is like 24 or something and doesn't have his license, so anytime he wants to drink, he has to get picked up by the guys who are hosting it. I don't know, I'm generally on the side of generally you should probably have your license, especially when it comes to circumstances like that. But I don't know, people have their own circumstances, but I don't know, personally for me, I very much enjoy having my car and my ability to drive. It has been very useful in my life. Okay. Buy land, what do we got? Yeah, let's get that one, sure. Okay. Those are the 4 types of gems, I'm pretty sure. Have your ID, be careful to avoid troubles in all things when possible. Yeah, that's true as well. Well, I mean, that's sort of the convenience of having your license as well, is that you inherently do have your ID on you. Okay. Let's drop off. We can put all the wood in here, put all the stone in here, all the stuff that we get a ton of that we don't really need in our inventory. But yeah, it's definitely useful. I've met a few people in my time who have been against getting their license, and I'm like, why? Like, and it's usually some people forget to bring it until everything is fine until the day they get pulled over. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those sort of things where just like having your license and actually like, well, because the thing is, I have my license on my phone, right? Like, it's become a thing where naturally, like, have backups, make sure stuff doesn't go wrong generally if you can. But yeah, and then the people that I tend to talk to, they always end up being like, oh, I don't want to have my license because cars are scary. And I'm like, get your license. What are you doing? I don't get it. Okay, emerald. Boop. That was orange here. And you get to go in there. Bada bing, chest unlocked. What do we get? We get a spirit orb. Not the best thing, but definitely better than nothing, I do suppose. Sure. Let's use that. The energy increase is probably useful. So let's do that. We always find ourselves running low on energy. Now, I would like to find the ability to make landfills, so that way we can actually just have more land. I don't like having to use bridges if I can avoid it. If you don't have health medical issues, if possible, you would certainly suggest getting one license or getting a license. It's a very convenient tool. Exactly. And like, even if you don't intend on driving, it's still one of those things where it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it, you know? Like, down here, I don't know about up in America, but it takes like 4 years to get onto your proper license. You got to do a year on your L's. You got to get 120 hours of driving with an actual like full licensed driver. You then have to go and make sure that you actually, go and what's the word? You have to actually then go and get your or do your test, which is a driving test. Get on your P's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then once you're on your P's, you have to wait for a year. Get your green P's. Wait another 2 years, and then get into your actual full open license. And I'll tell you what, having an open license is great. I have it, and it's good. I got it like a year ago because I was legally able to get it a year ago, because I've been getting my license almost as soon as I can every time. And oh boy, it has made it very easy for me to do whatever I really want. Would suggest 100%, 10 out of 10. This one. What is going on here? I'm not too sure. But I guess we're about to go find out. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to build bridge. There we go. Huh. There are illegal drivers that should not be driving. Oh, definitely. It's easy to get it there, but it leads to more crashes and issues. Yeah, and so that's the thing, right? It's one of those sort of situations where generally there is convenience in getting it quickly, but also there's safety in taking your time to get it. I personally am on the side where I'd much rather people take their time to get it because, well, it's not their own safety, it's my safety that I care about. Like, at the end of the day, I don't really care about other people on the road. It's myself that I'm more interested in protecting. Like, you know, I'm generally one of those sort of people who I care about everyone else, but, like, at the end of the day, I don't want to be in a car crash and lose my car because someone... or lose my life because someone's a fool with their car, you know? So, yeah, that's the whole thing. Basically, and I've definitely come across drivers who are bad. Literally, the other day, I think it was Saturday, so 2 days ago, 3 separate occasions, there were... on 3 separate occasions in 3 different locations, I ended up getting stuck behind a car traveling 20 under the speed limit, which in miles, that's probably like 15 miles under the speed limit. And I'm sitting there like, hey, I actually want to get places, I have things I need to do. And of course, you know, the moment I get stuck behind a car that's traveling 20 under the speed limit, it always also happens to be in the areas that you can't overtake them. So I'm sitting there just slowly traveling, and then everyone starts backing up behind me as well, and I'm like, mate, what are you doing? Hurry up. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't speed or anything, but, like, don't go so far under the speed limit. It becomes a safety hazard for us then. You can do absolutely nothing wrong, and someone else makes everything go wrong. Exactly. Like, I've been driving for 5 years, and I've never been involved in any kind of collision. Like, I haven't even been pulled over from the cops, not even from a random breath test. So I'd like to think I'm doing pretty good, but of course, you know, it takes one person being an idiot with their license, and that screws it up for everyone. So not much I can really do about that too much. But yeah, I guess it is what it is at the end of the day. But yeah, needless to say, there's a reason I always have my guard up when I'm driving. Well, for one, it's good practice to always have your guard up while you're driving, but you get the idea. Okay. Now let's open this chest. What do we get? We got a skeleton mask. Basic skeletons don't attack me anymore. Very nice. It'd be even better if that was also slimes, because slimes are kind of annoying. What we can do... I'm just going to take that beetle. And beetle, beetle. Too far below or too far above, and it becomes an issue. You know, bop, 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 bop. Let me quickly get across here, and I'll continue to read that. Among the myriad of other silly things that people can do, because of people here, they had to make a law against talking on your phone while you're driving, so... since people have no self-control whatsoever, they know it's wrong, they do it anyways. I mean, it's definitely illegal here as well. I don't know if, fair, but yeah. They know it's wrong, they do it anyways, because they're not good enough drivers to have something distract them and drive safely. Yeah, and the thing is, like, that's something down here as well. Like, especially because we have a lot of long... Actually, I suppose it's a common thing pretty much everywhere to just have long distances that you have to travel. That, like, we've got, like, long roads that you'll be on for, like, 2 hours that are just 110 zones or, like, 120 zones. And, of course, you know, people get bored, they start talking on their phone, and all of a sudden, boom, they've created a crash because, you know, they're not paying attention, they swerve off the road and end up killing someone. And then, of course, you know, we all have to suffer because, oh, well, now we're going to lower the speed limit here because, you know, too many people die, and this and that, and it's like... Maybe if people just weren't bad drivers, we would be much better. There's there was an 80 zone near here, and I enjoyed it being an 80 zone because, you know, it was actually justifiably good for an 80 zone. They dropped it down to a 60 zone, and so 80 zone, 60 zone, and then the rest of it's 60 zone up past where that 60 zone is. But it's got no houses around it. So you're basically sitting there just kind of like wanting to go faster, but you're not able to because they've dropped it down to a 60 zone because one person or like a couple of people don't know how to drive and mess it up for all of us. It's like with medication. They don't want to give anyone pain relief medication because a tiny fraction of the people using them are illegally selling them or end up addicted. Yeah, exactly. It's the one or two people who do the wrong things that screw it up for everyone. And it's a shitty thing because, you'll be over here trying to like just do your thing and, get along or get through life with whatever you need to do, but people always mess it up. And it's an irritation because, a lot of the time people are just trying to do their thing. But, oh well. Can't have anything nice anyways. Okay, we need to get... I know we're good there. Foraging, what do we have here? Put more stuff there. We don't have any flowers on us. Cactus. But yeah. I've learnt that you should never trust anyone on the road. Everyone at any given time could mess it up for everyone. And that's a really shitty thing to have to deal with, but unfortunately you kind of have to. The other 99.9% must suffer. Yeah, exactly. And it sucks as well, because it then... Well, not only does it suck for the supplier, but it also sucks for the user, because the users are like, hey, we kind of actually need this to, do our thing, to live our life, to at least, have any good, enjoyment in life, or enjoyment in terms of, not having pain. But, nope, can't have that. Why would that be allowed? Take these. Got a lot of bones. Bottled torch bugs. We already submitted all of those. Bottled beetles. Bottled oil. Ah, there's that backpack. Excellent. Big backpack. Excellent. Huge backpack. Bottled butterflies and plastic. We could actually start working towards that, all things considered. Oh, hello, sir. A toxic sigil, great skulls, and a void rose. Thank you, sir, because that great skull, what we can do... The war on drugs... wait, your life would be a lot easier without having to also manage pain all the time, but it almost always rules for thee, and not for you with your politics. The war on drugs has really done nothing. Prohibition never worked. Yeah. I don't know too much about the background of that sort of stuff, but yeah, to my knowledge, the war on drugs really did nothing positive. Drugs of, high-end drugs, cocaine and, heroin and stuff, yes, they're bad. They mess you up pretty badly. But, there are a lot of, not-so-bad drugs out there that are generally, not as bad. There's a scale of, how bad things are, and people tend to overestimate how bad they are. And it's really just not a thing. But, of course, don't get me wrong, there are, of course, very bad ones. I'm generally just whatever, I don't really care. But, yeah, that's the whole thing. Oh, go figure. Oh, that's a dick move. So I'm just looking at the group chat. They were going to hang out. The DM was going to drive over and pick up one of the guys from his place. And... the guy is just like, oh yeah, no, it turns out I just got called into work, so I'm not going to be able to come out even though you're currently coming on your way to pick me up. And he said he would be there in 40 minutes. That's still, he said it 15, 20 minutes ago, but, that's still, a solid bit of a drive that you have to do back. That's a shitty move. And he's probably only going to see that when he gets back. That's what happens. People can't find their pain medication. They go to something else. Rise of drinkers, smokers, and alternative users, as well as illegal drug purchasing, which is probably far less safe than government-approved stuff. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so that's that was the person that didn't have their, that I was saying before, didn't have their license, and I'm just sort of like, bro, get your license. There's a sort of running thing at this point between myself and a couple of the other boys where we're all just sort of like, bro, these guys need to get their licenses. It's really just becoming a bit of an issue for like everyone else who's trying to just do their thing. Plastic. We need royal clothing. So I think we need... Oh, okay, we've got our new pickaxe. Awesome. Nice. Let's take a look at how fast that mines. 3 on that. 2 shots on the rocks. 3 on trees. That's pretty good. I'm liking that. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Should probably grab more fiber, because we always need the fiber. But, oh boy, we're mining pretty quickly now. I'm liking that. I'm not particularly too sure what's happening on those things, but yeah. Not being able to get to games can be a consequence. If anything, you'd promote a no pickup system when it becomes too much. Yeah, exactly. And so that's the thing, right, is we've had several campaigns, and this is something that Mastermind had to deal with, because Mastermind has his license. And we had one specific person who would just every single time that they were invited to a game, it's, hey, can you guys give me a lift? And the DM sitting there like, hey, why don't you go get your license? No, it's easier if you just give me a lift. And I'm like, you know, it's not easier, especially when you live like 40 minutes away from everyone else. Like, how about you know, do anything that would make yourself any useful, like, make yourself useful to the group, right? And so there was the whole thing. So get this, right? Matthew is very adamant about not having people touch the music in his car. You know, it's his car, he has the right to choose his own music, all that sort of stuff. It's generally something that we respect. As soon as this guy gets in his car, immediately throws on some My Little Pony music. And, like, if you like My Little Pony, that's all good for you, man. But, like, immediately trying to force that, firstly, on Matt, while he was going out of his way to give this guy a lift. And Matt fully was just like, bro, you need to fucking turn that shit off right now. I don't want to hear it. I want to listen to my own music if I'm driving you over in my car. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk to me. Just sit there silently and let me listen to music. And he fully got fucking pissed off. Like, or Matt, like, fully was pissed off about it. Then found out afterwards that, like, none of us really wanted him at the campaign. Like, it was one of those sort of things where he kind of just barged himself into the campaign, and it took me, like... I was like, what the fuck? He showed up for the campaign, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess we're actually doing this. And then, like, 2-3 weeks go by, and everyone's like, no, we're sick of him. Get him out of here. And I'm like, alright, hey, mate, you're gonna have to fuck off. And, of course, you know, he made a big deal out of it, being like, oh, I've never been kicked out of a game before. What? I can't believe it. And I'm just like, well... Congratulations, your first time for... this is your first time. The first time for everything. But yeah, the boys were not happy about that situation at all, if you couldn't tell. Let's make a couple of these so I can bottle up that fairy. If they can get someone to drive them... Where's that landing? That better not have landed on any of my stuff. Yeah, if they can get someone to drive them, get a taxi, or find alternative public transport. Yeah, and so that's usually something where I'm like, yeah, sure. Actually, what I can do is if I go into the buy land, we can actually see where it landed, hopefully. Not seeing it. There it is, down there. Come on, just move our way down here. Makes it very dark around that star. Odd. The first, but probably not the last time, you would have kicked him out pretty much immediately. Yeah, I can agree with that. Whenever someone has been asked to pick you up, you wait for them, you don't make them wait for you. They're doing you a favour. Other things commonly included, you help pay for gas, especially when you're out of the way. You comp lunch. You don't mess with vehicle or person. Yeah, exactly, right? That's the thing. As of recently, so I've had my car, right? But essentially, Mum ended up involved in a car crash. It was found she was not at fault. It was the other person who was at fault. That's a whole thing on its own. But because she has to drive an hour to get to work... Oh, hey, there's a trader dude there. I should probably talk to him. I've not been able to have my car, so if we do D&D during the daytime, I usually have to ask Xander, one of my good friends, for for a lift, which of course Xander is like, yeah, no, I can help you. It's no stress at all. Um, you know, after we get there, I'm like, hey, yeah, I'll pay for your food. Don't worry about it. Stuff like that, you know. And it's not only that, but you know, I'll give him a lift. He gives me a lift. It's back and forth sort of stuff. Plus, also, he's been my best friend for like, you know, since high school, which was we started high school about fuck 8 years ago at this point. So you kind of get the idea of like roughly how long we've been friends for. So you know that sort of stuff works. But this guy is like, you know, we only just met him. He only just started joining in on campaigns and stuff, and he started immediately doing that to Matt's car, and he's just like, and like, Matt was just actually fucking just like seriously pissed off. And all things considered, I don't blame him. I'm generally also on the side of like, preferably I don't like people messing with my car. As a note, you have to take no more than or no less than 3 medications daily. One of them 3 times a day that say specifically may make you drowsy or dizzy. Use care when operating a vehicle, vessel, or other machines. Driving is not likely going to be a thing you can do safely. Yeah, and that's fair. Like, that's a circumstance where, like, you know, you have an actual medical circumstance that makes it difficult to drive. That's understandable. But that is much different to, you know, oh, I don't like to drive because I think cars are scary, sort of thing. Which is something that I've heard a few times, and I've just been like, what the fuck? How are you an adult? Like, what? I get, you know, cars can be scary, but, like, you know what you do to make them not scary? Don't be a shit driver. You know, it is what it is. But, you know, I guess at the same time, I'm also... I've lost a lot of my patience in terms of those sort of circumstances. So I'm just like, you know, people who are medically and physically capable of driving, yet they don't because of some asinine excuse, essentially. Normally, if people are afraid of something, practice is the only way to get over it. Exactly. You gotta actually get into the car and actually, like, become confident and knowledgeable about what it takes to drive a car and succeed in driving a car. And usually, it's not that hard, all things considered. Go in with the mindset of knowing failure is likely, but do it anyways. Yeah, and prove to yourself that it's not actually that bad. Matt was, again, talking about Matt, was talking to someone who is sort of part of that sort of friend group. And, like, she's like, oh yeah, I don't like to drive because, you know, driving's dangerous. And I'm like, it's not if you don't be a fool on the road, if you just abide by the rules of the road and don't be, you know, a reckless driver, you'll be right. But when people are going and being like, oh, it's dangerous, it's like, no, it's only dangerous if you don't understand the rules. If you try and merge onto where someone is driving, you merge lanes onto them, yeah, that's going to be dangerous, obviously, because you're merging onto someone while they're trying to drive. No shit, that's going to be dangerous. But, like, if you don't behave like a dummy, if you don't be a fool, you'll generally be right. Let's put these Kraken's eyes in here. Like, it just blows me away by how dumb people can be occasionally. Where it's like, oh, it's so scary. It's like, okay, well, you know what? You know how you make it not scary? By not acting like a fool. Or if you're really that set on it being scary, find a way to get over your fear, because it holds everyone else up. It can be dangerous, yeah. While it can be dangerous, it's a danger most people have to accept for the purposes of getting around. It's far too useful to give up as a privilege freely. Yeah, exactly. And frankly, you know, the biggest irony is she's probably putting people, like, at least with that group that she plays D&D with, she's putting more people in danger overall by making them have to drive around for her. Like, what? What? I don't get it. Let's unlock the market. That feels about right for now. We've been holding it off for a while. But, oh well. Yes, it is what it is. Be like if we needed to swim in the sea, but having a crew of people that refuse to learn to swim because the sea is scary. Exactly. And the thing is, like, actively messes up everyone else who are trying to do their thing because this one person doesn't like to drive and now makes everyone else drive around for them. And it's like, what are you doing? I don't get it. Like, my whole kind of mindset is be as unimpactful on other people as you can be, right? You know, don't go out of your way, or don't, you know, if someone, or basically don't mess with other people, is the long and short of it, basically. I think that's the best way I can put it. And, yeah, by, like, you know, you can help people out, do all that good sort of stuff, but, like, just don't be a nuisance to everyone else. Now, I get the feeling I need to light these things on fire or something, but I don't think I've got any fire on me yet. Do not harm unto others is generally a good rule of thumb. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, right? Well, not only that, but also, like, you know, do as you'd have done unto yourself. Like, you know, if you, like, sure, you have to accept that, like, you know, driving a car is a dangerous thing, but, like, the danger can be mitigated by being an intelligent person and not, you know, not doing things that would get yourself in danger and in trouble. Let's build. Nope, we can't go that far over. Yeah, I don't know. I try and be as self-sufficient as possible for the most part. You know, apart from the fact that I still live with my parents, rather. But granted, that's also, of course, because the housing market's absolutely fucked right now. And it's very difficult for any of us to obtain a situation where you can live by yourself, especially given that I'm currently unemployed and a university student. But still, granted I'm only 20, so I guess that's the whole thing. But yeah, you get the idea, though. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Who? My bird friend told me about the existence of the golden egg. My energy's low. In all my years, I've never seen one. I would sure like to, though. If only someone was young and awesome enough to find one for me. Yeah, I've already done that, actually. This is surprisingly underwhelming. It won't hatch into a lovely bird friend. And I can't even eat it. Those are the only purposes of an egg. Okay. Bada bing, what do we get? Sunglasses, hell yeah. XP gained by plus 20, hell yeah. Thankfully all your friends are nearby and not too out of the way. Games can also be held at your location, and people tended to want to play in your games, because preparation tends to make for much better games, but now all your friends moved away, rip. Yeah, like, that's the sort of thing as well. Like, I'm sort of in the position where... Walk into the waterfall. I'm luckily in a good position where I often have... I've got a big enough room that everyone tends to play D&D at my place, apart from this campaign we're currently playing. And, you know, it's just a convenience, right? Like, everyone is able to come over here, we all chill out, we have a good time, etc., and it just works. Got the Todd Howard, it just works. We also have 1,000 stone. You all do seem to be pretty far apart from each other, so you know that probably makes it that much more difficult. Yeah, well, that's the thing as well. I mean, granted, like, I only really have one friend who's like an hour away. Well, that's specifically like one of my friends, like, or Brett rather, is my best friend. One of the boys is about a minute and a half drive up that direction. One of my other friends, who usually lives in Sydney, which is 2 hours away, because of this whole year, he is about 15 minutes drive that way. We got both of the other boys, who are the DM, is about that direction, and that's about maybe 15 minutes. They're all relatively close. The hour is sort of the outlier, just because he's like all the way up there. But we make it work anyways. At the end of the day, I'm not too stressed anyways. But yeah, 1.5 minutes is pretty good. Like, it's close enough distance that we can walk, and the irony is, the one who lives an hour out, whatever direction it is, he actually used to live, like, 2 seconds away from the one who lives 1.5 minutes away. So I would actually be able to get to his place quicker than to get to the one who lives 1.5 minutes away. So yeah, that's a whole little thing that happened. But yeah, and then of course he moved away, and I'm just like, okay, rip. Bit of a bummer, but I guess it is what it is. Sage scroll. Okay. What is this island? Because you can tell there's something that's supposed to spawn here, like a chest. There's apparently a trader over this way. I guess I'll come around this way. Oh. Where is this trader? Okay, come on, around here and up. But yeah, either way, it's pretty chill for the most part. Hello there, sir. What do you have? Onyx Relic, Star Fragment. I don't really know what any of those do, so I'm just going to not bother. Oh boy. I don't like how crammed it is around here. I wish I could just grab a bomb and just blast this area. Okay, let's just get over here. Luckily, the upgraded pickaxe is a lot faster to mine through trees, but I always end up half mining through like all of the pathways and the bridges and stuff I've placed down as well. Chop, chop, chop. Alright, and around here. There's actually a decent chunk of gold here, which is also nice. Okay, now can we get over to the base? Up and around, there we go. Oh, hey, bottle time. Well, if we can make some bottles, I can make some bottle fairies. That would be nice. 10, sure, we'll do that. And then we'll make some more of these. Butter bing, efficiency. Put that away, put that away. Put you all away. And bottle. Oop. Bottled fairy obtained. Get rid of the slime. Alright, well I think we're doing pretty good either way. We've progressed much more today than we have than probably yesterday, I would imagine. How's our banks coming? Slowly, but surely, I guess. 1.1. You hope they make a game like Terraria, but much better sometime in the near future. Definitely like digging to climbing exploration. Exploration is great in Overtable, but without a group and streaming, showing it off, it can be rather difficult. Yeah, that's true. Like, I mean, the guys who made Terraria released the final update, so I suppose it is technically possible for for them to move towards making a new Terraria-style game. That'd be kind of cool. I imagine that would go over pretty well for a lot of people. But they probably would want to move away from the style that they've already done and move towards something new, I'd imagine. Okay, come on. There we go. Second bottled fairy. Easy peasy. Can we get those bottled beetles as well? That would be nice. Build, farming, a bridge. I don't know why the bridge is part of the farming stuff, but it's fine. It works. You and you. And then let's shovel that. Oh, we just got a ton of stuff, apparently. Pickaxe that. Now shovel there. Oh, we got a topaz out of that at least. That's kind of good. Get more of you. Now, so if you look very closely, you can see those little patches on the ground. We want to specifically try and dig them up, because they tend to give us good stuff. We've got a sphinx. We can sell the sphinx. I don't think I see any other ones there. Okay, bummer. That's fine, though. It'll work. But yeah, to be fair, there's not really been too many big games that I've noticed that have come out recently, which is a bit of a bummer, because I would like to see a nice big game, or like a nice big groundbreaking game. But I suppose that's why I sort of kind of liked Forager so much when I first saw it, because I was like, oh man, this actually looks like a really cool new original style of game that still follows that same, you know, well, that still follows this sort of rough style of thing. Sure, we'll make another bottle. Let's come over here and let's make a couple of glass. Let's get all those going, and we'll get all the iron going. Max. Nice, okay. Can we... Let's make our way through here. I imagine this is actually probably quite a good way to move through all the trees. It's a bit of a pain to painting. It's a bit of a pain to the ears, though, but I mean, it's not bad to say the least. Maybe that triple shot would be nice. We've got lavender over here. Grab that. A lot of this sort of stuff. I should eat. Probably. But of course, the game has some weird sounds anyways. Okay. Well, that's a decent start. Out of here, slimes. Shame I don't have any more bombs. Doing the bombs is somewhat satisfying, I would say. Give me a moment. I am back. Gotta love everyone coming into my room and proceeding to not close my door. Fantastic. Because nothing screams professional stream like horrible background audio. Oh well. Still waiting for my green screen to turn up, speaking of backgrounds and such. It'll be here eventually, I hope. Because I don't like really having to go through the process of getting refunds, but if it doesn't turn up, I'm gonna have to do what I do, I guess. Okay. You have a couple of games you want to get in the future, but you always tend to wait for large discounts and letting all the DLC expansions and bug fixes come out first. Yeah, I'm sort of the same as well. That's sort of why I've held out for so long to get a lot of the games that I've played. Which, on a streaming note, it kind of makes the game lose hype, so you're not going to naturally get as much of a viewer base. But on the contrary, I don't really care too much about that. I'm usually like playing a game for the sake of having fun with it, so you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. Cactus. We can actually, once we get one more cactus, we actually can donate the cactus to the museum. So let us do that. I am hungry. Okay. There's all of our cactus. It's here. Oops, put that there. Nice. Yeah, we should be right, I reckon. Probably should do a bit of a walk around and see what I can find. In here we go. I am glowing, apparently. I don't know why. I just have a radiant light around me. Sure. No, that's fine with me. In you go. Very nice. We want to keep those nightshades, actually, because they are useful. Now, what was that radiant light I have? I don't know. I guess it's just pure radiant energy, I guess. It protects me from any undead that spawn nearby me, I guess. Okay, well, either way, that works. How are we looking over here in terms of our nightshades? Necronomicon, we need another 5, and then a bunch of leather. Okay, good. I guess that's noted. Oh, hey, there's one of those bull things we can attack. We go on and give us the hide. Max that. So what are we looking at? We could get a crystal shovel, royal steel, and a bottled butterfly. A bottled fly. To be fair, I could actually work towards that because the bottled butterflies I have access to actually obtaining. Because they're up here. Though I feel like dropping a bomb just here would probably be just as convenient. Wonder if I have access to creating any more bombs. Let's see. Bombs. Yes, let's make a bunch of them. Very good. Very good. And now we can come through here. Boop, bop, bam, pow. And now we can unlock more land. Fantastic. We got one spot up there. We got one down here. Let's get this one. Oh, excellent. We have like a mausoleum thing. That's kind of cool. Let's see what the mausoleum holds for us. The skeleton just... Okay, he's dipped out. He's like, oh, no, but it's getting into daytime. I'm not wanting to be here. Or something. Okay. Let's see what we got down here. Let's enter the mausoleum. Oh, it's this place. Okay. Alright, well, firstly, I did also see something out here that I would like to deal with, if possible. Right underneath this flower, there's a dig spot. That gave us nothing. Excellent. Inwards we go. Okay, so yeah, there's a crack in a wall here. Now we also got to push these around. And essentially the whole long and short of it is we've got to power these things. And take out these things that are just chilling, which is good because we get iron and stuff out of it. Okay, and then this is, of course, the boss room. Cactus. Okay. Get a couple more chili peppers. Oh. Oh, nice, we dodged it. Okay. Good thing we got those on hand. You need to cease existence, like, immediately. Oh boy. That was a bit of a concerning situation. Okay, and we'll grab the chili pepper. Okay, so we could bonk this up this way. Okay. This doesn't seem to be working because we need to get a second one of those. Okay, we can pull it out. That's excellent. Also, that Discord going off, I can't tell. Sounded like it, but I couldn't tell. I think it's Forager. Yeah, no, that's totally Forager. That's kind of irritating. Oh boy. Ah, joke's on you, I dodged it. Okay. Chop, chop, chop. And I guess we'll grab the cactus. I don't know what the cactus really does for us, but I guess it's probably good to have. Okay, and then let's push that. Wait. Okay, can we break that? Yep, now we move this out. Oh no. Oh, hey, that worked! That was perhaps a tad concerning. Alright, upwards we go. Oh boy, we've got a couple of these lads. Don't really know what they do, but they're gonna die is what they're gonna do. Oh boy. They're zippy zappy boys. Zippy zoopies. Okay. Let's grab that, because that's a new flower. That is this thing. They're always good to have as well. Alright, and what do we got up here? We have ourselves a big old chest, which gives us the Thunder Rod. Hell yeah. That's what I like to see. So now we zippity zap. Okay, let's come down here. Let's rearrange our inventory real quick. Sword. Let's go pickaxe, bow, thunder rod, shovel, hammer, zap. Ooh. And so we can use this and basically just mine things, and it goes pretty well, actually. Okay, now, let's use our pickaxe and move. Now we can move this down here. Oh, hang on, that's the wrong button. Pew, 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 pew. Okay. Oh, hang on, pull, 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 pull. There we go, that worked. Bada bing. Efficiency. To the finest degree. Zap. And now we get to open this. Excellent. BRB food time. Sounds good. There we go. Just had to blow my nose for a second. Excellent. Okay. Let us take this. And boop. Nope. We're gonna knock it that way. Now we knock it, okay, down this way. Sure. And through we go. Yeah, I think that was all good. Boop, bop, bop. Eat a few bits of food. Okay, well, I've got that. I suppose let's take that actually with us, since we got it here. Otherwise, I think it's going to despawn. Got him. There we go. Get done. Hell yeah. Bonk, bonk. Okay, now this. How we're going to do this one. If we bring it up here, maybe. Or I guess we can bring it like that. Come on, where are we going? Like that, perhaps? Across, up? Yeah, sure, that works. Oh boy, we may have encountered... Oh no, hang on, now here's the thing. Let's take that. Bonk. You, and then bring it back here like that. Down, down, across, across. Nice. And then we can come over here, zap that as we walk in, and take out these zippity-zoopity boys before they start becoming an issue. You are no longer allowed to exist. Bada bing, done. Zap that. Grab, apparently not have... Oh, hang on, there we go. Now we got the key. Zap that, and through we go. Whee. Okay. And I think we opened this doorway. Nice. Extra doorway. And I do believe we are looting and getting a lot of stuff. What we can do is we'll sell that and we'll take the rubies. Nice. Yep, so that opened that way. Now what we can do is let's come down through here and zap that. Break these. And very nice. Okay, now it's boss time. We are going to get our asses handed to us. Good thing we have a lot of food. Okay, let's take out this thing as well. Okay, let's take these out, hopefully. Okay. Well, I think we managed to survive that section. Oh boy. There's a lot of these dudes spawning in, and I'm not liking that, to be honest. Ah, damn it, we died. Ah, jeez. There's way too many of those for us to handle. Oh boy. That's a bummer. Does that reset us back out here? And I think we keep all of our stuff. Oh boy. Bummer. Okay, well, we still have our lightning rod, though. Okay, just gonna wait for it to recharge. And then laser again. Recharge it up. Now that's good. That allows us to clear out the area very nicely. I do like that. Hell yeah. And I don't think it really has any downside either. Very nice. Chain lightning, hell yeah. It's like lightning striking a tree, but like more. Hell yeah. And this allows us to essentially just clear out a bunch of the ambient annoyances that we've had to navigate around. Without even needing to really aim. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Okay, what do we have in our inventory? Well, clearly a lot of things. You. Take them. All of the gems can go in here. Very nice. I am liking this very much. Laser power! Hell yeah! I'm pretty sure this uses my energy as well, yeah. Which, all things considered, I'm fine with, because we're getting a lot more food and stuff out of this than we would otherwise be getting. Did someone say laser time? I think I did. And there's our level up, hell yeah. Okay, now let's see what we got up here. Okay, mining. Drops more minerals, perhaps. Carpentry. Less wood for structures. The flower press. Interesting, interesting. Logistics. That's probably a good one to have. Engineering. Droids and EMPs. Power plants. Jewelry. I don't know what the amulets do. Let's do this, though. And we got supply. Market, sell more things. Oh yeah, that's right. We fully forgot that we were creating a market, weren't we? I got just distracted by the pure power of this laser. Okay, come on, around here. Nice. Yeah. I think we're as good. Well, I mean, we could always come up here and do it too up in this area. That feels good. Probably it's not going to do too much because the metals tend to have a lot more durability. But, I mean, hey, it works. Just laser through all of this stuff. Not bad indeed. I don't even mind the recharge time just because of how convenient it is. Nice. Nice, there's a bomb down there, not bad. All things considered, this is an extremely efficient way of mining. Or, like, really any kind of resource gathering. I only wish I could make this better. And let's go. Lasers. Still nothing up here, but you know what is up here? A lot of things to destroy with our electricity beam. Hell yeah. Once it recharges, of course. Very nice. We are getting quite a lot of experience very quickly. Now the question is, if we buy a land, what's the price around here? We can buy this. Sure, let's do that. 372. Okay, gotcha. Well, I know what that's for. And there's also a power thing which we can zap. And just charge our way through here with electricity. I am hungry. The fact it like instant mines all of the like small stuff is also extremely convenient. One tick of damage and bada bing, we're all good. I should eat. I'll get to it. Just so much power. Who needs a pickaxe when you can just chew through all of these trees so quickly and efficiently? I mean, I suppose that's what probably upping attack damage does. Is the attack damage allows you to mine through this stuff a lot faster. I mean, either way, we're doing pretty good anyways. Okay. Now, come on, let's mine through this stuff. And we mine this. And we mine this. Come over here, build some bridge. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we come over here and zap. That gave us a couple of small chests. That's always nice. Nice. And let's just eat up a bunch of this stuff. Come over here with our lightning rod. And just zippy zap everything. Awesome. And now we got that. Oh boy, there's a lot of dig spots around here. That's quite useful. Who figured that removing all of the clutter in an area would allow me to see and obtain dig spots a lot faster? Not bad. There's one over there. Now, I suppose we should come over here and probably declutter this area. Zippity zap across the board. Okay, come on. And we'll grab this. Suddenly we have a lot more resources. Go figure. Should grab the egg off the chicken and then proceed to immediately stab it. Get out of here, bull. I do much more damage than you do. Alright. What do we got here? Glass. Let's get some of that going. Iron ingots, we'll max that out. And gold, we'll get you going. Now, the other thing I could theoretically do is if I come in here and I put down a furnace, which apparently I can't do for whatever reason. You know what, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. How are we doing over here? Oh, a slime amulet. Gain more resources. Well, let's craft that. Fantastic. Leather. And we'll craft up maximum thread. Now let's come down along here. Oop, and pop. Okay. What do we have in terms of buying more land? Not much here yet. Looks like I've gotten most of the land at this rate. Bummer. Okay, well, thanks for coming around, Kenny, anyways. I'll catch you when I catch you next. Thank you for coming and all that good sort of stuff. Have a good night yourself. I'll see you later on. Or, I suppose, I'll catch you later on. Okay, we need to eat here. Munch up a bit of that. Now, the question is, should we go back in and attempt to go for another attack of this dungeon? I believe we're going to have to go and gather the... Hang on. Oop, zap that. Yeah, we've got to go and try and get the key again. Okay, got those guys. Let's mine this now, and boop, bop. Damage, there we go. And that gives us a bit of metal. Nice. Chili pepper. Nice. Chop and chop. Okay. Zap. Okay, fine. If I have to do it like this, then fine, I can. Easy. Jeez, we have to go through this entire process again. Zap. Okay, that is not actually a necessary process. Oh boy, we actually decimate it with our electrical rod. Nice, okay, so I think we know what we need to do. We'll grab another one of these. And I guess we'll grab the pepper here. Pepper here. Zap that across. And zap, move through. Down here. Guess what, guys? I have a laser too. Oh, hey, there's a block right there. That's good, I can just use them. Okay, I guess let's just mine this normally. Oh, I don't have any way out. Gotcha. Okay. That's irritating. In there, and across. And then we pull it up just a tad. Pull it down. Come on, and across, and there we go. Now we pull this up a bit, just enough so I can bop down around and just bounce it up just a tad. I just realized that I actually missed the thing. I'm blind. It's down here that I need to plug it into. Okay, there we go. Coolio. Zip that. Zap these boys. 1 and 2. Easy peasy, no problem. Lemon squeezy. Zap that. Key that and move back through. Boop, through here. And okay, boss time. Let's do this with a bit more success now. Actually, I suppose we know that my damage output with the staff is much better. Oh boy, that's a lot of them. Okay, well, we're getting a few of these. Damn it, I missed the thing. Bummer. Oh boy. Yo, Coriolanus, how's it going? Yes, it is indeed a Forager. We are going to be wrapping up this pretty soon, though, and we're going to move over to a bit of Minecraft in just a moment, because we've been going for about 4 hours. So I'll just wrap up this, and yes. So that's the whole thing. We did, however, get our asses actually absolutely handed to us. Fantastic. That's exactly what you want to see, of course. Well, I guess that's the whole thing. We're about to get this pendant, which is going to be pretty good. How's our glass looking? We don't have much of it. Okay. What's up here? We also got this cool lightning staff, which essentially allows us to chew through anything that's basically in our ways. Oh, hey, there's this thing. Chop, 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 chop. Oh, hey, I'm frozen. Out of here. Don't be trying to hit me with that sort of stuff. Come on now. Yeah, but yeah, how's it going? I haven't seen you for about a day, which I was like, oh yeah, I haven't seen you for a little while. I'm like, hang on, no, it's only been like a day or so since I've seen you. Never mind. Yeah, what's been happening? How's it going? Apparently, my suggestions have helped Yuri obtain a relationship, apparently. So I don't know whether that's a good thing or not, but it's certainly an interesting new thing that has happened. And slime amulet, very nice. More resources. Okay, cool. Now the question is, can we upgrade our amulet? Because we do tend to have a tendency to get that. Yeah, I don't know how that's necessarily going to go, but I suppose Well, we're gonna find out sooner or later, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. She was saying that she was like, oh, I like this person, all that sort of stuff. So I'm like, okay, well, come on. If you like someone, just actually do something and like actually go and you know go for it, And yeah, that turned out apparently to be the right call in that circumstance. So I suppose that's good stuff. Let's also craft this. Okay. We've got a couple of great skulls, which is not bad. Apparently they've been friends for many years, so apparently it wasn't just a new thing. But yeah, which was mainly also my response of like, yeah, if you've been friends for a few years, there's a fair chance it's going to go a lot better than oh yeah, I met this person like a month ago sort of thing. So yeah, I suppose that's the whole thing. Also, now we can actually come down here and check. Necronomicon. We need more leather and more nightshades, that's right. We were looking for the nightshades. Don't know what up here is. Oh, there's a nightshade. Ah, we dodged it. Nice. That one. Yeah. I mean, hey, either way, apparently it worked out, so can't complain, I guess. Let's get that one. Ooh, an ice tower. Oh boy. Well, I suppose let's quickly go and do that ice tower, and then I'll wrap up, because we've been going for like 4 hours, and then we can move over to some like Minecraft or something. I think what I'll do is I probably won't film a Minecraft episode just today, because today, I don't know, I'm feeling a bit tired after all of or the 4 hours of streaming, given I also haven't taken a break. So I don't know. I suppose we'll see either way. I'm not too stressed. Reagency. Noted. What do we want to go towards? Machinery. That's useful, actually. Yeah, let's get that, because the 10% double items is actually quite significant if we're building something quite, big. Okay, and let's at least come over here and check out laser. Yeah, so let's check out what this thing is. Oh, okay. There's our golden wallet. Fantastic. Coins are worth even more. Very nice. Okay, we should probably take out this ice wizard, because it freezes us here. Hey. Chop, got him. Oh, it drops leather, that's useful. That's something that I have found about this game is, like, it gets to the point where, like, the later tier enemies that you find tend to drop higher tier stuff, which is quite nice. But, okay, what do we got? Binary. Ah, fuck. Okay, hang on. 3, 1, 1. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on, 4 would be that. I'm doing like the hand thing. I should probably just Google this, to be fair. Hang on, let me just bring this up here. Binary. Translator. Despite being a computer science student, I'm not proficient at counting in binary. What are we looking at? Binary input. What's that? 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0. Convert. 4. We're talking ASCII encoding. Okay, that's fair. Then we go 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0. That one's probably 3, I think. No, that's 2. Okay. Hang on. We have 2 4s. 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0. is another 4. So we have, and I think 110101. 5. So we go 5 something, 424. 00110011 is 3. So 53424. Unless I've messed that up. 53424. Oh. Hang on. Oh, 5, 3, 4, 2, 4. Oh, no, that's 1. Okay. There we go. Got it. I recognize binary when I see it. Hell yeah. Okay, and then let's, I guess let's sell these 2 emeralds. Or that thing. And then we got the Frozen Astronomer, as well as the Frozen Galaxy Seal. I don't know what that means, but we got a thing. Max Heart Container. Heart up. Very nice. Awesome. Good stuff. Alright. Well, I think that's going to at least end this episode of Forager. We're coming along pretty solidly, I would like to think. Ooh, double items. Oh boy, we have done quite a lot. It's a bit brutal. But I guess it is what it is. Anyways, thank you for coming out, all that good sort of stuff. If you've been here for a minute, moment, or the entire stream, we'll be continuing Forager either tomorrow or the day after. I do want to try some of the other games that we've got as part of the pass. Sitting here for 4 hours is a bit brutal, especially since this chair kind of requires me to keep posture, otherwise my back starts hurting. So that's a whole thing. Maybe if I got a chair or a couch, that would be a bit more fitting for this location. Regardless, it is what it is anyway, so thank you for coming out. As always, I'll catch you when I catch you. Thank you and goodbye.